Wake up, really gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo. Set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it reputation. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flies, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up, really gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.
everybody. I cover true crime, and today we are breaking the case down of Nancy Guthrie. Nancy Guthrie, 84 years old. We're learning a lot of new information we didn't have yesterday, or it came much, much later as the sheriff started letting some new information go about the case. So what we have learned today, bombshell information. Come on in as we start breaking this case down, but it sounds like somebody broke into her home. The door was ajar. It sounds like she was removed from her bed. And it sounds like, much like I thought with related to blood in the home, sounds like she was injured as she's being removed from that home. Now, another tidbit of information that we have learned about this very specific case is that it may be a man, and we're going to go through all of that. We've got a huge lineup. Come on in, grab yourself a warm beverage. I know many of you guys are cold. We have about 26 viewers in the chat right now, so as other ones come in the meantime, what you guys can do is hit that thumbs up button. Also, get in the chat. Let us know where you're from. Let us know what the temperature is, and we'll get that coming and get that out to everybody as I start reading this chat and welcoming you guys to the show and saying good morning to you. It is Tuesday, February 3rd, and it is freezing around the country. So good morning. It's nice to see you, Oven Baby. Our beautiful Sonia up in the house. Let them 66. Melanie, it's nice to see you. Good morning. We have, oh, that's right, we got dun 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 dun. We want to say good morning to Melanie, sending love to everyone. I hope they find Nancy. Guthrie, sending prayers to her family, and don't forget to hit the like button for BHB. Thank you so very much. Let me move this chat box up ever so slightly. It's not getting all of that. There we go. Oh, I've just messed with these because I was trying to remove the, you know what? I think I'm just going to take that off. I think we got Bullhorn Betty like literally everywhere on this particular page. So we'll just take that off so we can see the comments. I'd rather see the comments than my name. So thank you. We'll get back to the cards here in just a moment. Let them 66, another prayer warrior. It's nice to have you. Thank you for your love and support. Sending love to BHB mods and chat. Please pray for the Guthrie family. I hope and pray she is found soon. Almighty God bless this family. Pray hard. Amen to that. Pray hard. There is not a whole lot of good news related to this case. All we do have is the ability to have faith and hope this case has a turnaround. You know, some cases, excuse me, I shouldn't say some cases. I should say few cases, but it's not unheard of. I have a problem putting forth, you know, falsehoods, or, you know, I don't, because I know that a lot of us get heavily involved emotionally in these cases, right? It's what pushes us to work harder and do more. And as we do these, I don't like, you know, providing my audience all of this hope just to be let down, you know, week after week. So I try to be as honest and as fair about these cases and, you know, apply the appropriate perspective. This is most likely, if you're part of the family or know people in the family, or this is emotional to you, this is not going to be the channel for you. We love the family. We love to support the family, but we talk about very sensitive topics on this channel that would hurt any family that's struggling with the grief or pain of a missing person, or the idea that their missing person could be deceased. It sounds like that might be the case in this particular matter, okay? It sounds like law enforcement, I've already heard how law enforcement is speaking. They're not, I mean, they're very hopeful, but they're not foolish. And they've seen some things inside that house that make them very, very, very concerned. and we're going to leave it at that until we get there. You guys will see this by the time we're done with this show. You'll kind of be, at least see why I'm seeing she's deceased and some of the comments that are made and how they are made. So Sonia says, "The Lord is my rock and my fortress and my deliverer, my God, my strength, and whom I will trust, my shield and the horn of my salvation, my stronghold." Thank you so much for that. Denise, it's nice to see you. Lisa B, always. Good morning. Rebecca, Peggy, good morning. It's nice to see you, ladies. I hope you're doing well. Who else do we have? We have Happy Cappy. It's nice to see you. Phil from across the pond. It's nice to have you, my love. I hope you are having a wonderful day, and I hope everybody is staying nice and snuggly and warm. It just popped up on me, so let me adjust my my channel. There we are. We got Kathleen. It's nice to see you. Good morning. Vicky, it's nice to have you. Diane, good morning. Unicorn, it's nice to have you. Laura, good morning from PA. It's cold as hell. It's cold as hell everywhere. I think we're all feeling it this morning. Missy Motormouth, it's nice to see you. I know we're all burr. There's no doubt about that. Diane, good morning. It's nice to see you. Debbie, I think I said hi, but just in case I didn't. Mama, it's nice to see you. It just bumped up on me again. I think I got everybody. If I didn't, when you guys comment in the chat, we'll make sure that we go over that. Now, let me go up here and see if we have our Doppler stuff, because I had you guys do that a little bit ago, and everybody's just, it's cold. It's cold. It's cold. So, the Doppler of today on the Bullhorn Betty show is it's icicles from Canada down to Florida and Texas, okay? So, we're all sitting in a degree of freeze, okay? There's ice on my car, and if there's ice on my car sitting in the middle of Florida, I'm pretty sure you guys got snow, sleet, black ice, and probably stuff that you shouldn't be driving on. Hey, DeBoss, it's nice to see you, love. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Ooh, do I feel a hole in my... Oh, no. I felt a hole in the back of my... It's a tiny little hole. But there's a hole. I have my lounge pants, okay? I love these lounge pants. Should I show you guys the hole? I'm not going to show you. I'm not going to show you. I'm not going to show you. I got a little tiny hole like this. I just found it in my lounge pants. That's not good. These are my favorite lounge pants, okay? They're not the warm pants. Those I only have like 3 or 4 sweatpants. One's like this ugly green. This gray that falls off my body because it was from, I got to have bigger, because when you layer, you can't have like sweatpants if they're not bigger when you're layering. You got to get fat sweatpants to go over your jeans and your stuff like that, right? Hey, Oakley, it's nice to see you. I hope you are doing well. Hey guys, I see more people coming in. Come on in. We're just kind of saying good morning to one another before we get started. So if you're concerned whether you missed something, the good news is you haven't missed anything. We're just getting started. We're saying good morning to one another. We're saying some prayers. I'm about to read some cards for a few people. And we're going to play just like that. So let's go. We got 3 people that have cards coming to them. Those 3 people are Melanie, Let Them 66, and Sonia. I know what Sonia and Let Them 66. I know you're religious, but we're going with happy and hope and happiness, because actually we'll do Sonia with hope and happiness, and we'll do somebody else with her cards. You don't get your cards today, Miss Sonia. Maybe we should give you your cards. But I think you'll like hope and happiness. I like the hope and happiness. I think you'll like hope and happiness. Let me move these down here. Let's see what these are. Let's pull 5 out of here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. If you guys want cards, What do? We have a whole bunch of cards back here, and they have little sayings on them, and it's just kind of like the luck of the draw. Whatever pops out or pops on the table, they're shuffled and stuff like that. But whatever pops out and pops on the table is typically what I do, and I don't ever just pick from the top. I always try to grab from the middle, because we're just weird like that. So we've done a couple of these, but we haven't shuffled them. So let's go ahead and shuffle them. Okay, so we get them all mixy up, right? So Sonia's going to be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Sonia's got her 5 cards. And then we've got... I don't know what to do for you, Melanie. Let me see what we got. We get to play with some cards with you because you just let me pick. And I know that if I ask you, you're just going to tell me to let me pick. Because I've asked you like 15 million times and you always let me pick. We have this new deck here. What is this? Always be on the lookout for presents. What is this? Let me pull a couple cards out of here. Maybe this will be interesting. I got these. I think these were Miss Robin. I think Miss Robin sent these to me for Christmas. So let me just pull 5 out of here. We'll see what these are. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. And so it's just the luck of the draw. It's just, we have such good cards here. They're kind of inspirational, so they're really doing it for themselves to empower themselves, or just for somebody else maybe that needs to hear the message. And so we've got a lot of different cards, from funny and cuss words to spiritual, because we are a Christian channel, but we're, kind of, I'm sorry, I cuss a lot. I try not to. Sonia's been cracking a whip over me for literally 5 years. It's helped. You should have heard the potty mouth I had once upon a time. It's helped. It's helped. So we're going to start off with Melanie. Melanie, you're first. So we're going to go with the new cards. I don't think we've ever read these. So this is interesting. Okay, let's read the front. So 1 today is worth 2 tomorrows. Ooh, I like that already. 1 today equals 2 tomorrows. Okay. The minute you begin to do what you really want to do is really a different kind of life. Oh, I like these already. They're already starting out with a bang. Celebrate any progress. Don't wait to get perfect. We say perfection is a fallacy on this channel. It says success in life should be determined by contribution, not accumulation. I like that. I don't know which cards these are. What are these cards called? I don't know what these cards are called. These are these cards right here. Ooh, I like those. I like those already. Excuse me. It's season allergies. Oh, my nose. I took 2 allergy pills this morning, folks. Among the things you can give and still keep are your words, smile, and a grateful heart. Oh, it's not what happens to you. It's what you do before it, during it, and after it. These are really good. I'm glad I saw that. Laughter is the shortest distance between 2 people. Aww. There are some things you learn best in calm and some in the storm. Oh, that is true, though. I think people forget. We learn a lot of stuff in these storms that we have in our life. And sometimes I think we forget that. Be kind whenever possible. It's always possible. Basically, just be kind. Life is best experienced with a sense of awe, wonder, and discovery. Go about life with a child's curiosity. Oh, I like that. See, so if you guys see, these are what the cards are all about. They're nothing big. They just inspire. They inspire all of us to do a little better, be a little better, be a little kinder, be a little wiser, take those chances, right? Like a lot of people here, they want to do something different, but they're scared. And sometimes, just sometimes, sometimes empowerment really does help. And so that's what I try to do. Okay, let them 66. Here are yours. Actually, yeah, here are yours. These things I have spoken to you that is in me, you may have peace. In the world you will have tribulation, but be of good cheer. I have overcome the world. That's in John 16:33. Ooh, I like that one. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord makes his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lifts up his countenance upon you and give you peace. That's in Numbers 6:24 through 26. One of our pastors at our church, Countryside Christian Church, repeats this prayer almost every single Sunday right there. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. I love that. I love that. But Jesus looked at them and said, with men it is possible, but not with God. For with God all things are possible. Mark 10:27. I knew it said 10. I don't know why I was saying 17. Then Jesus said to him, go your way. Your faith has made you well. And immediately he receives his sight and followed Jesus on the road. Mark 10:52. Nice. Aw, oven baby. Cops at my house watching kids while I wait on surgery on this rotator cuff. Oh, good gracious. You have also given me the shield of your salvation. Your right hand has held me up. Your gentleness has made me great. You enlarged my path under me, so my feet did not slip. Psalms 18:35 through 36. Oh, I love those. Nice. Okay, and then Miss Sonia, you are here. Here is yours. And then we got Oven Baby. I'm going to give you 5 too. It says, he himself bore our sins in his body on the tree so that we might die to sins and live for righteousness. By his wounds you have been healed. 1 Peter chapter 2, section 24. I know that's not how it's supposed to be read, but God made him who had no sin to be sin for us, so that him we might become righteousness of God. That's 2 Corinthians 5:21. Even youths grow tired and weary, and young men stumble and fall, but those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint. And that's Isaiah 40:30 through 31. Love these. These are the bigger cards. I like these. I think these were sent from Miss Robin too. Jesus answered, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one has come to the Father except through me. John 14:6. And lastly, this is going back almost to the beginning. When God said, let's make man in our image, our likeness, and let them rule over the fish of the sea and the birds of the air, over the livestock, over all the earth, and over the creatures that move along the ground. And that's Genesis 1:26. So thank you guys for that. Oven Baby, do you know what cards you would like, or do you want me to pick them up or pick them out? Oven Baby, you're just at the hospital. Aw, are you guys there together? Aw, you got some friends. That's we'll do spiritual AF for you. You need some laughter. You need some laughter. Let's see what we got with Spiritual AF. Let's see what we got, and then we'll get started on our show. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Meditation, aka shutting the F up for a few minutes. Lots of people say they don't know how to meditate. You are no longer allowed to be one of them. Shut up for a few minutes. See what happens. Yep, that's what the Buddha did. And then do it some more. These are funny. I like these. You can't have a positive AF life with an A negative AF mind. That is true. If you're going to have a positive life, you got to have a positive mind. If you find yourself with a head full of crap, go watch some videos and babies laugh, or goats exciting fainting, or old people cussing. It's hopeful to think of laughing as a mental pooper scooper. You gotta get the turds out of your head to make room for the fresh, lovely thoughts. This is worth it. It's okay, guacamole, extra AF2. Extra. Being extra means you give a crap. Maybe you give a crap about your own fleek eyebrows? What is a fleek eyebrow? Anyways, we'll look that up. About your fleek eyebrows. You give a crap about the environment. You give a crap about making your ass clap. Be extra today. Yep, it's a thing. Maybe I should put this one on. I don't know what the hell that was. Beautiful things happen when you distance yourself from negative crap. Oh, I already like that. We need a shirt, Sonia. We need a shirt. We need a shirt. Okay, I'm just saying. Well, maybe you can use the poop, the pink poop instead of the S word. The pink poop. What's the first thing you thought of when you read negative crap? Write that crap down and take some space from it for a week. Then notice what happens in your life. You'll probably really like the results because you're dumping the crap. I'm just saying. All right. Lastly, thou shalt not judge because thou has effed up before too. I already like this one. This goes to our why are we beating up law enforcement when we're not even perfect beings, right? We're not even perfect beings. It says, when you see yourself thinking someone's a real a-hole, take a moment and contemplate all the times you've done the exact same thing they're doing right now. I think the idea is show some grace. Maybe it was a different flavor of assholeness. But it still was an asshole. Check yourself, people. People will like you more. Most importantly, you'll like yourself way more too. All right, folks, back to work. Okay, we've enlightened our spirit. Good morning, Tammy. It's nice to see you. I hope everybody's doing well today. Again, if you're just coming in, we're about to break down. I know we've already been on here for quite some time, but that's just us telling each other good mornings. So now it's time where the rubber meets the road, folks. This is where the rubber meets the road. So we're going to take you through this case up to where we are. We're going to be speculating because, we don't know a whole lot here, okay? But we are getting tidbits. And just like normal people, even law enforcement themselves accidentally have this thing called leakage. Yes. We are all human in this world. So on the night of January 31st, 2026, an 84-year-old grandmother, her name, doggy, what just happened? just dropped off. She was dropped off at her home. She's an 84-year-old grandmother that was dropped off at her home in Catalina Foothills, and that's near Tucson, Arizona. And this was after a dinner with her family. Now, many people asked who was the last one to see her. I will tell you, it was her daughter. Okay, it was her daughter, Annie, and her husband, Thomaso. How do you pronounce his name? I'm sure he says Tom. He's probably Thomas. Goes by Tom or Thomas, but it's Tommaso. Maybe it's an Italian name or something like that. Sione. Either way, they had just recently in 2025 purchased a house about 10 minutes away from their mom for about $650,000, and people are kind of making a big deal out of it. I'm not seeing any big deal. It sounds like they've been together for many years. They bought many houses together. They've moved around. As their mother is aging, you would think that a child may move closer to a parent, so they're closer to take care of them and watch them and, be just a few minutes from their home. I can see that. I don't see anything, red flag with all of that. However, I feel like we are looking for a man. And I think it was a man, and it was a man that acted alone. And we're going to get into all of those breaking news information and why I feel that way. We've also repurposed Ryan R.J. Davis's site to now pick up. We only had like 43 people in that group anyways. I didn't see any point in scratching that. So I went ahead and converted that Facebook group into our discussion and theorizing and stuff like that, group where we're just have it open for massive, discussions. Anything and everything is on the table in that chat room. We're going to be going into speculation. We're going to be going into conspiracy theories. We're going to be going into theories. We're going to be going into diving into some information. So if it's something that you would like, I will give you guys the link here shortly. But I don't have it. I should have grabbed it before I started the show. I didn't. So we'll grab it closer to the end of the show. But that at the end of the day, the family, the daughter and her significant other that she's been with for years, dropped the mother off around 9:30 so she could go to bed. Now, did they walk her in the house? Did they just pull up and drop her off and walk her in? Because this is going to be important, because with somebody lying in wait, they were out of the house. Who knew that she was going to dinner that night? So there's a lot of questions I have here. Is there a possibility, now hearing these details does give us a great possibility that this could have been a stranger danger? Think about it. There's still some details that's saying no, it's not, and it's her body, okay? But her coming back from dinner, maybe walking in on a burglary, a struggle ensued, and blah blah blah. But that is not the case that we're dealing with here. What we're learning as of last night, after we shut our last live down, is that law enforcement believes that she was abducted from her bed. So, in my opinion, everything I'm hearing is a planned situation here. So I'm feeling premeditation. Okay, I'm feeling premeditation for something. Was it again, a caretaker? We're watching these people that are all over the country abusing people, right? We have teachers' aides abusing children in the class. We've got, bus drivers and their aides on the buses, injuring autistic children. We got a lot of bad actors out there that we trust with our most precious cargo, our family, whether it be an elderly mom or dad or a child, a young child that we entrust to school, or people to get those children to school safely. We have to put a lot of trust in people we do not know. And it makes you wonder, did somebody start here, or is this a financial issue? Who would have the ability or the wherewithal to carry out something like this? Now, because of her weight and the fact that she's been removed from her home, it led me to believe that this might be a male, at least a male involved with this whole orchestration going into the home. But when you hear how they're talking about it, and even when they're talking about the DNA, it sounds like they know who is responsible, from everything I can tell. And it to me sounds like it is a man that acted alone. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from law enforcement. And again, we're going to break it down. I've got all this stuff up here. I've got a lot of video content that I pulled, that I listened to, that I wanted to make sure that each of you guys got to listen to about this case. But this case is evolving, and it's evolving very, very quickly. And law enforcement is starting to release some of that information. I think they may have an idea who might be responsible, but they need the nugget of information from the public to help seam all of that together. And I don't think that they've got what they need, and why they continue to ask for what they need. So apparently she went to bed, and the next morning she was gone. Law enforcement is now treating this as far worse than a simple missing person case, as many of you guys know. Here's just the key timelines that we need to really stress to all of you. She was last seen with a confirmed sighting of around 9:30 on Saturday evening, when she returned home from going out to dinner with her daughter Annie and her significant other Tom. We don't know exactly where they went for dinner, but we know that they went to dinner. She was with her family, and they dropped her off at home. Again, lots of questions just in this little realm of information. Did they go inside the house with her? Do they know of anything going on that she was talking about? Any work being done to her house? Maybe a contract dispute or anything? She lives in a lovely house, a very large house for a woman that is mobility challenged. Okay, she has a large home, including a pool, and it's a well-kept home. Well kept, at least the outside. The outside looks very, very nice. I have to imagine the inside probably equally as nice. And, but just a very, very large home. And I'm stressing large home because it's going to be very important. How did the person know where to go to pull her out of bed in this very massive, large home? We're going to look up the details of this home later in the show as well. So the family returned Sunday morning because they received a call from the church that their mother did not attend church, and it was very out of character for their mother. And so that came in. We were a little hinky on that. That appears to have come in around 11. So by the time they call the house, go out there, I think they report the mother missing at noon. Again, I'm not really pleased that it took them an hour. It sounds like there was something very significant in that house that led them to believe something majorly happened. Now, again, we're talking about a fairly large home, a large square foot home. Could it have just been that they were walking around, the house and the property just to make sure she wasn't out there? Again, it is fairly a larger property. So Sheriff Chris Nanos holds a press conference on Monday saying the investigators found very concerning elements. And again, why did it take the family an hour to call law enforcement from the time that they got there? And that's what it says. It seems like there's this significant time from when they call. And it's just, it's concerning me. And I'm not sure what would take them so long to do that, because as soon as you see the door ajar and see signs of a struggle or even blood, I mean, you're freaking out. And time feels like it is going so incredibly fast because your mind just starts racing. It's a form of shock, if you will. So, again, I'm very concerned that the family was the last one to see her. And again, the family shows up and still takes an extended amount of time before reaching out to law enforcement for, to report this elderly lady missing. Nano stresses Nancy is of great mind, so sound mind. She is sharp as a tack is another word that I heard him use regarding how he described Nancy. So she's not someone who would just disappear. He also noted her mobility is severely limited, and she can only walk about 50 yards unaided. So again, it tells me that she most likely has a lot of hands-on care during the days. So it makes me wonder how many people, or if there was a new employee that just recently started or something like that, is all of her home staff that comes to her home, whether it's a landscape crew, a pool, they have a pool, so you have to imagine there's a pool cleaner. That pool is in pristine condition, so it's nice, bright, and blue, so that tells me she's got somebody taking care of it. I can't imagine this woman that has mobility issues is able to take care of this large house all by herself. Clearly she has people helping her. Has any of those people been replaced anytime soon? They said, the sheriff said male. And then when he was directed on it, do you really believe this is a male? You could tell he is, because he realized he didn't mean to say that. But now that it's out, he didn't know how to answer that. He didn't want to lie. So that detail alone kills the elderly person wandered off narrative and pushes the story toward abduction or foul play. And again, this whole abduction and foul play issue is her leaving the house. If this was a random burglary, if they did kill her or hurt her really bad, they would have left her where she was. It's the act of taking her with, hiding. It's the act of concealment that's telling me that this is a lot closer to home than people may want to look at. Even family. I'm not ruling any family out. I don't want to look at her daughter or her significant other as being, a possibility here. But at the end of the day, they were the last ones, the last third party, people to see her. I also noted she has good security around her house. That's another thing that I noted. I when we looked at that, I'll show you guys. I mean, it's good cameras. Like, you got piping going down, covered piping. You got it looks almost like store grade quality of security systems on the exterior of that home. So I'm very confident that law enforcement definitely knows more than they're implying to the public, without a doubt. They absolutely know more. But anyways, let's just get through the intro, and then we'll start getting into some of the information that we have. So is this a celebrity? Her daughter being a well-known $40 to $45 million net worth daughter, Savannah Guthrie, which is on NBC's Today's Show. She's a co-host on the Today Show. Nancy is her mom. And this instantly turned into this national, story and intense media and public scrutiny because of who her daughter is, which, in all fairness, is helping this case. It's helping this case get the attention that it so desperately needs. But is this an abduction, or is this a homicide? We've got a lot of questions here related to that. We don't know. So let's go ahead and get started here. Obviously, Savannah Guthrie was getting ready to cover the Olympics when she got the worst call she had ever known. So as she was gearing up to cover these Olympics, she was being called to let her know that her mother is missing and it's not looking good and she needs to come home. So Savannah Guthrie was supposed to fly to Italy on Monday for NBC's much anticipated coverage of the 2026 Winter Olympics. That might be an angle too. Not that it could be, but I mean, I'm looking at everything, any possibility of possible motive, like another co-host wanting to be able to go to the Olympics, right? I mean, guys, let's not act like we didn't see this before. What was that Nancy Kerrigan situation? So let's not say I'm too far-fetched, on some of these theories, because we got to remember we had Nancy Kerrigan and that whole debacle where she was, kneecapped or whatever. They ruined her career. They hurt her real bad. And the lady that was responsible for it was never even the second runner up. Like, she would have never made it. It made no sense. It truly made no sense. But I digress. We have to look at every angle. So when I hear some things that are like this, it makes me wonder, is that another lead? Is that another angle? We've got to go down that road, But instead, Guthrie spent a heart-wrenching day in Tucson, Arizona, supporting a massive search for her mother, Nancy. The elderly Guthrie's disappearance became national news on Monday as authorities described her home as a crime scene. So there is a crime scene that's not good, and asked for the public and help finding her. NBC mobilized a considerable resources to help one of the network's biggest and best loved stars. Guthrie's co-host Today's Show shared Pima County's, Pima's County's Sheriff's Department tip line at 520-351-4900 all across television and social media. This story hits too close to home for our newsroom. Anchor Tom Limas said on Monday night, leading into NBC's nightly news with the reported missing person case. The sheriff there tells me she was taken against her will from her bed in the middle of the night. So that's where we know she's abducted. Now, what we're going to learn is that law enforcement does believe she was injured after, being there. So we're going to get to some information here. We're going to watch it.
Stories and shining a light when we hear about a problem in your community. Tonight, we're asking for your help. Our dear friend, Savannah Guthrie, who for years has given her heart and soul to the viewers of the Today Show, is looking for her mom, Nancy Guthrie. Police, unfortunately, tell us this is not a case of someone who has wandered off. They have seen what they believe is evidence of a crime in her home. That's all we have to go on. If you know Savannah, then you know her mom, because she raised her through some very tough times. Savannah has shared that it was her mother who taught her the power of prayer, the types of prayers that make you get on your knees and pray for God's protection. Savannah and her family need your prayers tonight. They also need your help. So tonight we're asking, if you've seen Nancy, if you know what happened to her, please contact police in Tucson. Their number is 520-351-4900.
So, as we are, understanding what happened here, as we're getting more information, as we're learning more about this case, I'm going to be leaning on a lot of you guys as well. I'm waking up, I'm watching YouTube, I'm looking at X, I'm trying to pull a lot of information about this case. It's a lot of work for one person. We have our mods, they're doing the same thing, and we're communicating in our chat. What I really need from all of you is I need you guys to be out here too. If you guys see a YouTube, if you guys read an X post or a Facebook post, post that into our new chat over on Facebook. Let me find that for you guys real quick. Hold on a second. Plug that into our new group, and I'm going to be promoting this group on TikTok. I'm going to be doing a live on TikTok after this is all said and done, folks. Again, we have about 43 people in this group. Here you guys go. If you guys want to take this and rotate it in and out, that'd be great. I don't know if you guys can or not. But there is the there it is. There is the Facebook group. Guys, get over there. Start plugging these things in. I know you guys have opinions of it. I check this group every single morning before we jump into this chat to see if there's anything that I need to include into our show so we can be sure to cover and have an all-inclusive. This is your show too, folks. Okay, it's not just about me sitting up here and talking to you guys. It's me sitting up here and talking to you guys about stuff that interests you about this case. It's about the stuff that you guys want to learn about this case. So make sure you provide me those perspectives, either through Facebook in this group or by emailing it to me at bullhornbetty@gmail.com. Get over there, get informed. Let's start putting out as much information, but more importantly, if you guys are seeing tidbits of information that's relevant to my explanation of this case, send that immediately over to bullhornbetty@gmail.com. That is the one account that I monitor all day long. I don't monitor my comments on YouTube. I don't monitor my comments on Facebook. I don't monitor my comments on any other place but my Gmail. Now, if I go over there, like as part of my normal operating procedures in the morning, is to go over to Facebook and review all of that, review the comments in the chat. So if you guys want to put the comments there, I will get to them. But if you need to get to me something instantly, I check my emails throughout the entire day. So that is the best way to always get a hold of Bullhorn Betty, is by email. If you got something to say, if you got a new case to go over, if you got dirt, tea, whatever you have, bullhornbetty@gmail.com is the best way to get that stuff to me. But in the alternative, if you guys want to make sure that you're getting it out to everybody, start getting into this chat room on Facebook, this group, and start posting that stuff in there, and I will make sure that we get it. And the people that are subscribed in there absolutely get it. So it's super important to do that. All right, guys. So let's get back to our story here. What are we? Oops! Did I hit something? I must have hit something. I did. Okay, let's turn that off. So what we're learning right now is that Savannah Guthrie's mother was taken from her home. This is all that they have in the USA Today as an article. 84-year-old mother of Today anchor Savannah Guthrie is missing, and authorities in Arizona say they are investigating her disappearance as a kidnapping. I want to let you know that they have the homicide investigators involved. So when they're talking about her being injured as she was being removed, I think that they believe she's deceased. The Pima County Sheriff's Office in southern Arizona received a 911 call reporting Nancy Guthrie missing from her home outside of Tucson, Arizona, around noon local time, February 1st. The following day, during the afternoon on February 2nd, law enforcement confirmed investigators believe Nancy Guthrie was taken from her home. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos says that Nancy Guthrie didn't just walk out of her home. This is being considered as a crime scene. One of the reasons why I truly believe she's deceased as well is because the sheriff got very emotional. And that's never a good sign. You know, the other sheriff that we had that was very, very, very emotional, if you guys remember the AES explosion in Tennessee, the sheriff knew, because it was a small community, everybody knew everybody there. And so the sheriff knew a lot of the victims that had lost their life in that explosion. And you heard his voice shake, and he knew these people, there was nothing left of these people, okay, at that AES facility. Like, there was nothing left of the building. Everything was gone. I mean, it just truly was gone. But this is a little bit different and sad. So Savannah, which is the anchor on the Today Show, has asked for prayers.
Here with reaction, the author of the brand new book, The Two FBIs, former FBI special agent, Fox News contributor Nicole Parker. I know from discussions we've had on the air, off the air, over the years, that you know when you talk to victims how hard this is. And I mean it when I say
I will tell you this, and this is what we've talked about. Yes, they did find DNA. We're going to get into all of that. We're just getting started on this. We've got quite the show. It's going to be quite lengthy. We're not going anywhere until we get through everything. I pulled a lot of information on this case. So come on in, get comfortable, grab yourself a beverage and sit down. If you're one of those people that take notes, start getting your notes prepared, because we're going to be going over the details of this case. This case is not not looking good. We're in a situation where we don't need to solve this case for law enforcement. I think that they're very equipped. I've seen some good policing. I've seen some bad policing. I see authentic and genuine concern from the sheriff. They're doing everything that they can. I truly believe that. I truly believe that. And Candace, thank you so much. I forgot to thank you. You know why. I forgot to thank you. So I apologize about that. I wanted to make sure I publicly thanked you. So before we get into this conversation, we're going to listen to what this former FBI agent has to say. But this is very personal. Even with people that are famous, they have a lot of heartbreak as well.
I'm praying for Savannah, her mother. I want her back. What frustrates me is why, and she deserves all the attention. I think the attention will help maybe solve this before something terrible would happen. I agree. Why, though, do we have in January this year alone, over 100 some odd shootings, 28 people murdered in Chicago? Nobody knows any of their names. Why is it all the people we scroll on this program that have been murdered and raped and young children molested by illegal immigrants, that part of the story about ICE never gets told? And that part is frustrating to me because I think every life matters. I think I want Savannah's mom back. I don't want kids in Chicago.
No offense. Wrong place, wrong time. Love this guy, but again,
and I don't want ICE agents.
I don't think it has anything to do with ICE.
But you know what? They matter. And they're famous talk show hosts, but you know what? And they may not be from famous families or famous talk show hosts, but you know what? They matter.
Okay.
And as you talk about ICE agents and the work that they're doing,
okay. Well,
that's
apparently I grabbed the wrong.
Important. Again, we've discussed this many times.
This one. Sorry, I just think that's inappropriate. I mean, if she was out there, protesting, we can bring ICE in it, but give me a freaking break. This has shit to do with ICE. I'm a political activist, so if I wanted to make the leap, I would. I believe in appropriate, fair dealing here, and that's taking a tragedy and talking about ICE. Listen, you're either going to help this lady promote her missing mother, or you're going to use your time to provide a narration, a narrative. And I just don't understand that. Even on our side, this is inappropriate. It's a wrong time, wrong place. I'm a time and a place person, okay? I'm sorry, but that's just, in my opinion, just wrong. Okay.
They're tracking down a number of leads tonight. Sheriff Chris Nanos says they have Nancy Guthrie's phone. They also have collected DNA evidence. But because their lab down here in Tucson was down, he said they actually had to send that DNA up to Phoenix to be processed. Now, we spoke with the sheriff earlier tonight. This was his answer when our team asked whether he believed Nancy is alive tonight.
I want to keep that hope. I want us to have our search and rescue mission, and maybe we'll find her alive. But
you hear the but, okay? I mean, let's face it, folks. I mean, we've dealt with a lot of these type of cases. This is not new to us, okay? We hear a lot of sheriffs in our career here on YouTube explain cases like this all the time. This is not a promising response, okay? He's being honest with the community. He's setting healthy expectations here, in my opinion. Now, I could be way off base here, but in my opinion, they are setting healthy boundaries here and providing as much information as they can so we don't get it twisted out here. The bottom line is this woman didn't leave on her own. She was forced out of her home, allegedly, but I think not. I think she was dragged out of her home because there's something that indicated inside that home that they needed homicide investigators. And those are that's the reality of this case. No matter how much twist and turn that this officer has to provide people and can't answer certain questions, at the end of the day, they have told us everything we need to know. Something inside of that home, thank you, something inside of that home led them to believe that they needed to, Blood reportedly found. I knew it! I knew it.
So right now, the search for Savannah Guthrie.
Hold on.
So right.
Let's see if we can get this. Can we just share it? Can I share it? There we go. Let's send this to my book. All right. Looks like I am right about a topic.
So right now, the search for Savannah Guthrie's missing mother growing more frantic. Guthrie's colleagues at NBC detailing some of the challenges law enforcement are facing.
Clearly, this wasn't a robbery, and this was somebody who was, they tried to abduct this person. They get them out of the house in the middle of the night, it appears. And so because of the neighborhood, it's not tightly packed. It's within Tucson, but we're not talking about house next to house next to house. So because of the vegetation, because of the terrain, because of the way the layout of the neighborhood, according to the sheriff's office, so far they have not had a lot of luck in getting video. We were talking about yesterday morning, hopefully a neighbor would have a video of a car leaving or somebody in the area. That hasn't been too fruitful so far. So that's proving to be a real challenge.
Ooh. Neighbor? Somebody in the neighborhood? Did she have a dispute with anybody? This is interesting. But I knew it was going to be challenging with that neighborhood anyways. And the reason why I believe it was going to be challenging is I pulled up the map, the Google map. Let's see if we can pull that up real quick. Hold on here. And there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of activity and housing in this particular area, without a doubt, okay? What we have is that there's just a huge, I mean, it's not even a cluster of, it's not even a cluster of, what the heck is going on here? Sorry, guys. Give me just a second. RJ Davis. I thought I took all these out, so only mine was going to be in here. It must be all the way down at the end. I wish these things would do. There she is. Where was I getting at? Okay, yeah. Look at all this. I mean, there's a lot. These are all houses, okay? That's a lot of houses. Now, granted, these are spread out. You can see that they're clustered. They're more clustered over here. How's this looking on my channel here? Yeah, you're not doing too well. Hold on here. You guys can't see crap. So let me just open this up. Okay, there we go. Kind of have a little bit of a better imagery. There we go. Now we'll keep it all land. Okay. There you guys got it. I'll have to adjust it a little bit later. But as you guys can see here, I mean, we've got clustering. These probably are condos or villas or something else. But, you know, as you see over here, we've got more estate-like properties. You know, they have larger lots. Here's the house. They have, you know, larger lots. Larger houses. I mean, this is a huge house. Okay, you've got this huge house here. You've got, I don't know if this is a storage unit, if this is a pool house. You got a huge property here. Okay, this is pretty large. But there's a lot of homes in this general area, and there's only some main, let's see if I can get this out a little bit more. So there's only some main ways you can get here, okay? So here's the main way into it. So you got this area here. I don't know how this is looking on your, yeah, you guys can see it. You have this area here. This is one entrance. This is the second entrance, the main entrance. So this is where they're trying to find. But you see all these little specks. Those are houses. And this is a main drag into all of these different communities. Okay? And then you've got another main drag on this side right here. So you've got a lot going on here with cameras, home surveillance, just a lot of stuff. And all these little specks you see all over here. These are houses. These are all houses. This is not a desolate area. This is not an area that is ruled by any stretch of the imagination. This is a very happening place. There are a lot of neighbors in this community. There are a lot of people that use this stretch of roadway all the way through here. So, and the reason why I'm explaining this and why I explained this the day before yesterday is because there's going to be activity. When you have this many houses in such a consolidated area, you're going to have constant movement all day and all night. Okay, you've got a lot of people that probably have jobs at different hours, you know, people that are working at the hospital and stuff like that have night shift. There's other businesses that have night shift. So you've got, I mean, granted, you're not going to have a huge movement in, you know, at the nighttime area, but it's still going to be pretty stinking busy in this area all through the night, in my opinion. So them having hard times locating, and not only that, but there's a lot of little fine, I mean, this is a huge area, okay, with a lot of roads, and a lot of roads that dead end, that go, you know, that people on foot can cross here. If we were to look at like Michael McKee, you know, he parked his car down the road and walked up to his ex-wife's home. You know, there's a lot of stuff. These are an upscale neighborhood, but the surrounding neighborhood is, you know, they're upscale, but they're, you know, you have more condos. Like right over here, let me see if I can move this over. So like right here, oops, maybe moved a little too far. You see like villas and condos in this area, and you can see them over in this area too. You can see them stacked. So there's some that have these homes that are spread out, but this like right here, those look like apartment complexes. This looks like villas or apartment complexes right here. You know, I guess let's go take a little ride. Hold on, let's see what's down here at this. Okay, let's get down here and see what we got. All right, so this is the intersection. Wow, look how gorgeous that is. That is beautiful. So these are plazas. This is a shopping center. So we got cameras on the this is a pretty big intersection too. So these are shopping centers. These are not apartments. These are shopping centers. So we've got shopping centers here. We got more shopping centers here. Okay, so now that we know where we're going, let's go down this way and see what we're doing here. So we've got that. So now we're kind of getting a lay of the land here. So these are not apartments. That's the CVS. So they've got, and these are big highways. Look at how wide this is. This is a lot of traffic from this area. So this is a well-populated area. But the good news is we've got cameras all up and down here. Let's go back. Can we go back? Let's see if we can go back. Yeah, we can go back. Let's, so is this the other way in? I think this is the other way in right here. Sorry, I'm just trying to follow the roads. Look at all these roads. You see what I'm saying? There's just so much. And like this road goes all the way out to the entrance. So we've got and there's her home right there. So this road here goes all the way out to the entrance. Sure does. Look at that. Oh, nope, it doesn't. It doesn't. Hold on. Yes, it does. It goes right there. You gotta go this way, down here, and then I think over this way, and then it comes, I don't know where it went. So we got that around here. Okay, so we have to go around here, and then you come up here, and then this drives all the way to her house. Okay, got it. And there's her house right there. Wow. And you got all these little roads that connect roads to roads. So somebody would have had to know. Look at this one. Go up here past her house, go down the V. Where does this V go? And this V goes all the way back down to the big road here. You see that? And this goes right out to the main highway here. So they've got a lot of roads into this area and a lot of roads out of this area, folks. I mean, at the end of the day, this is the community. So this is tough for law enforcement. I mean, her road is a cul-de-sac. I don't think, maybe further down, but her house is right there in front of, yeah, because I've got her address. It's a house that she's lived in for, I want to say since the 90s. Like, she's been there for forever. So, I don't know. Know where you're going. Shape path, yeah. But it seems like somebody would have had to have been familiar with this area. So I'd have to say now, after looking at these roads, that it's not only somebody that's known to her, it's a man, and they're well apprised of this area. So that's everything. You know, I don't know who we're looking for just yet, but those are definitely some of the key ingredients of the suspect right there. So let's get back to some more information about this. We're back here with this one. As you guys know, this is the sheriff that's handling this case. His name is Nanos. I forget his first name.
I would be very negligent in my duties as a law enforcement officer to not recognize what's in front of us.
Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos confirmed detectives believe 84-year-old
Okay, so this was related to, I think this is where he kind of let it go that he believes she's deceased. And he doesn't say she's deceased, so we can't use this as a confirmation. But in my opinion, it's implied here. And this is where this is getting a little scary for everybody, because whatever they found inside this home is very, very concerning from everything that I can see. So I believe that they believe she's gone. So let's listen to his words and you'll understand. Like, this is one of my receipts to prove that at least at minimum, it's being implied she's deceased.
Maybe we'll find her alive, but
here.
Phoenix to be processed. Now, we spoke with the sheriff earlier tonight. This was his answer when our team asked whether he believed Nancy is alive tonight.
I want to keep that hope. I want us to have our search and rescue mission, and maybe we'll find her alive, but I would be very negligent in my duties as a law enforcement officer to not recognize what's in front of us.
Did you guys understand what he just said? I want you guys to listen to this again. I'm going to break it down for you now that you guys had an opportunity to hear it.
Maybe we'll find her alive. Keep that hope. I want us to have our search and rescue mission.
Earlier tonight, this was his answer when our team asked whether he believed Nancy is alive tonight.
So they specifically asked him, I want you guys to understand, they specifically asked him, do they believe she's alive? And I want you to hear, these are the types of answers when I hear from law enforcement, it lets me know they're not trying to bamboozle us. You know what I'm saying? When they try their hardest to get us the information truthfully. He's been very honest with us, as far as, can you give us this information? Can you give us that? Guys, this goes to the detective. I know you guys are really wanting this information, but I can't tell you. And it's just that raw honesty that I really appreciate in law enforcement, and people don't understand how important that kind of law enforcement is. This is where you have the professional law enforcement compared to the unprofessional law enforcement. You really get to see, now this guy's not equipped for this high profile case. He doesn't have very good talking skills in the camera, and he forewarned us on his very first public interview or public, press conference related to this case. He's not good with scripts, and, his people know that. So just bear with him. Show him some grace is basically what he asked all of us to do. And, he's been very, very authentically honest. You get those, we're being honest with you, but it's almost like condescending. Like, he's very authentic with his want to give us as much information as possible. He knows it's important to us, but he also knows the importance of maintaining a lot of this. And he explains it so eloquently because, like he says, I can't give you that information because the suspect knows that this is, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, right? And so he doesn't just tell you no, he explains why he's saying no. And I appreciate that, right? We appreciate stuff like that in the true crime genre. But listen to what he's saying here.
I want to.
Okay? He starts off with I want, right? I want to be able to tell you.
When our team asked whether he believed Nancy is alive
Here we
tonight.
go.
I want to keep that hope. I want us to have our search and rescue mission, and maybe we'll find her alive.
And maybe we'll find her alive. I want to hopefully, not very confident, okay? This is where I believe he's trying to tell us without telling us they believe she's gone. Here it is. Right here.
But I would be very negligent
Right
in my
here.
duties as a law enforcement officer to not recognize what's in front of us.
So they're asking if she's alive. He's saying, we hope, we wish she might, but I'd be negligent if I didn't recognize what I'm looking at. They are looking at a homicide scene, folks. I truly believe what they are looking at is a homicide scene that brought in, and when they saw it, they knew what they were looking at. And then it comes back to whatever they saw in that house made them believe that this woman was deceased so much that they brought in the homicide investigators very, very early in this case. And now we have family members that took almost an hour to call law enforcement. Okay? We know somebody's close to this. I want to make sure I'm very, very, very clear. I'm not accusing anyone. I'm not accusing her family. I'm not accusing her children. I'm not accusing anybody, right? We're talking about this, and the reason why I'm being adamant about this is because I'm sick of the emails of me being mean, okay? We gotta talk about some aspects of this case, and the bottom line is we have a last person to see a person before they disappeared and disappeared forever. We all know statistics. That tells us there's more going on in this lady's personal life than what we know, okay? Statistics tell us that. Common sense tells us that, okay? Remove the statistics. Common sense tells us that there's things that go behind closed doors that are not publicly known to the world. We know that. And we know we have a missing woman that has had violence inside of her home that's well known at this moment. So who in the world would hate an 84-year-old woman so bad that they would yank her out of her bed in the middle of the night, possibly killing her and dragging her body out of the home? Okay? Potentially. Now, she may have been injured, cracked over the head, and drug out of the home and still be alive. But again, if she was alive, why didn't they just leave her there? If she was deceased, why didn't they just leave her there? By her being gone, by her body missing from the house, dead or alive, it tells me whoever was there, whoever did this, tried to conceal the crime. If you don't know the person, you're not going to try to conceal the crime. The only way, in my opinion, you're concealing a crime or removing a body from a home is if they know that by that body staying there, they will know who did it. And they need to cover up their crime to conceal their involvement. And that's the only thing that I can imagine. Must have been a lot of DNA. Well, depending on how this person was injured. Okay. If this person was using a sharp forced blade object type of thing, they may have very well cut themselves. If they were dragging a very, dead weight, and I'm not saying that she has to be deceased to drag dead weight. She could have just been unconscious. But to drag 150 pounds dead weight, you're talking, people don't understand. picking up somebody that can help balance themselves on you, that's alive, that has muscles to help hoist themselves up. It's a different weight than something that's incapacitated and needs to be. They have no way of helping you with their muscles. It's very, very hard to move an incapacitated person without help. Some people use sheets. Some people use blankets. Some people use, maybe wheelchair was brought up before. Wheelchair. Was there a wheelchair in the house? We've got a lot of speculation. Nothing that is finite fact yet. The only facts we have right now are from the sheriff. He has been releasing information as he's allowed to release it. So I'm very happy with the little bit of information that we've been able to get from this sheriff. Now, I will tell you, he has leaked, he's had some form of leakage in one of the other interviews we're going to be getting to a little later in this show. And you're going to realize why I believe now that they believe that this is a man that did this attack. A man. Now, we're getting a little somewhere. Why would a man do this attack? What man would want to harm this lady? Could it be somebody in the family? Could it be a significant other to somebody in the family that maybe wants their profits, once maybe they're having financial stuff and they need to pay off their debt, and this lady's holding up their inheritance? I'm not saying that's the case. We're just theorizing here, folks. We're theorizing here. I'm not accusing anybody in the family. I know that this is a very heartbreaking, but we know it's somebody close to this house. You know why? Because statistics tell us it's somebody close to this house. Law enforcement is saying that there's no evidence that the public is at risk. And if it was a stranger danger, well, let's face it, the public would be at risk, okay? So we're getting enough information to lead us to believe, at minimum, that it's somebody that's known to this family and specifically to Nancy. Let's keep going.
Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos confirmed detectives believe 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie was taken from her bedroom late Saturday night.
We're still working on that data recovery to show us a time frame, but
the sheriff referring to the 84-year-old's home as a crime scene. He said there were signs to point to the fact.
Look at how big that house is. Look at how big that house is. And yes, this is the house that and as you see, there's no cul-de-sac. Whoever said there was a cul-de-sac. If there is a cul-de-sac, it's way, way, way down the road. This is her house. This is the same house we were just looking at on the Google Maps. Let me just show you. Okay, she's back a little further. There she is. Let me just pull this up so you can see that this is the same house. It's on the different side of the road. I'm not going to turn this around to make it wind up because it needs to be twisted almost 180 degrees to match up with that. But I will get you guys close enough so you can see the house from the ground. As you can see, the pool here. Let me get to the ground and you'll see it's the same house. And as you guys can see, hold on, let me get down here just a little bit. This is from November 25th, so here we go. And this is the driveway, one of the driveways that you see. So this is her house. We've seen this before. Where was I? So, and it hasn't came down too far, but this is the same house. Just to let you know. And if we need to go this way, and maybe you guys need to see the other driveway, because I think the other driveway has the shed up the... Okay, there it is. And then you see, here's what we normally see. This is the area that the cops were coming in. And there was the white car parked there over here. This is the garage that you're seeing right here. So hopefully you guys are able to see all that on this. But anyways, let's keep going.
Fact that Guthrie did not leave on her own. He did not get into details, though, about what those signs were.
We do think that the scene at the home tells us there's more to this than just somebody who's a missing person.
He's upset about this. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't know this lady personally, just because of who her daughter was.
The timeline we have so far. Sheriff Nanos said
that is a big house for a woman with mobility issues to live in by herself.
Nancy was last seen Saturday night at about 9:30 when she was dropped off by family members at home. She was reported missing midday Sunday by her family after she didn't show up to church. He says Guthrie couldn't have walked off on her own because of her physical limitations. He emphasized this has nothing to do with dementia. She is, quote, sharp as a tack, but Guthrie is in dire need of her medication.
They said the medication is life, in order to maintain life. So it tells me that she's got heart medication. I would think it has to be heart, kidney, or liver. Some people have to have those types of medications for proper functioning. So that's kind of where I feel we're at. The brother, I think, is a decorated Air Force. He is. He's got a private. I looked in all the family. Now, the daughter, Annie, and her, I keep wanting to call him her husband, but they've been together for years but never got married, and his name's Tommaso Cioni or something like that. Sounds like Italian, maybe Sicily. I don't know. I'm not too. So she was out with her sister and sister's husband for dinner, and they dropped her off. Diabetics. Yeah, that diabetic is a good one. Blood thinner. Yep. So it could be any of these things. Thank you, guys. I wasn't even thinking of either of those. So thank you for chiming in on that. Either way, it's life-sustaining medication that she's gone now almost 72 hours without. So the chances are really looking grim for this story, unfortunately. But it sounds like she may have already been gone before she was even out of the house, depending on what the scene was like. But I find it very suspect that homicide investigators were brought in so early on. I'm going to continue to say it. I'm going to sound like a broken record, but it's the fact that her body is missing. The concealment aspect of it tells me that this is much closer to home than what we know. I think this is going to be a shocker for us. This might be somebody that we're even talking about that we ultimately find out might be it. It might be somebody, because we've already talked about the house caretakers, the pool people, the house cleaners, the people that come in to make sure that she's getting out and exercising, and rehabilitation people. I'm sorry, I don't really have a whole lot of trust in the medical field. Not that the medical field, like I dog the medical field or anything like that, but I've known that there's been a lot of people that we saw that are not right upstairs. We saw that happen when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. A lot of people in the medical field said some really despicable things, which was very shocking to a lot of people out here, that the medical field felt this type of way about certain people. I think it scared a lot of us because we're like, do we go to doctors now? And nobody should put the fear of you like that in your stuff. But the point I'm trying to make is that there's instability in the medical field. People that have mental illness that got licenses to be nurses and stuff like that, and now they're around substances that they can easily get high. It's not uncommon to find a nurse or a CNA or an LPN that's gotten into some of the stuff that they should not be getting into. So I just, not that I'm saying this happened, I'm just saying that we have had experiences of medical professionals being messed up in the brain, in the cranium, and if one of these messed up people in the cranium are working for this woman, they may start conspiring very, very quickly because of looking at how she lives, looking at this beautiful home, knowing who her daughter is. They probably want their cut. They're due theirs, right? So it could be something like that with the employees, but even the employees, robbing, I don't see them removing her from the house, trying to conceal her body. I mean, this seems freaking... I think this is going to be shocking, but not surprising. I think we're going to end up saying, you know what, now that we look at it, yeah, this makes sense. I just feel like something like that's going to happen in this case. It's going to be an interesting one.
She needs her
Oh, sorry. It's just...
meds. And if if she doesn't have those meds within 24 hours, things could be fatal. We're at what, 40 plus hours now. This is not
Veronica.
good.
Nanos added her family is being very cooperative with law enforcement, including Savannah Guthrie, who he said is in Tucson tonight, helping with the investigation.
They're a strong family and they lean on each other.
Investigators are now calling on the community for help. Anybody with
Obviously, they're looking for for cameras, stills, cameras on your car, on your home, on your business, anybody in the area. I'm pretty sure they have saturated this area to acquire all that they can acquire related to the images and videos. So we hope that they start processing those. Unfortunately, the DNA had to be sent off to a different lab in Phoenix because they have an instant DNA or rapid DNA, but their machine was down. And so they've been sending some of this stuff all the way over to Phoenix to get processed. But there is DNA at the scene. So this is going to help, hopefully be hopeful. And then even if they don't have the DNA on profile or on in there, they can send this off to, investigative genetic genealogy testing and start finding out, start doing the family tree and finding out who this person could possibly be, related to and work it that way. So I think if they've got DNA and they got a DNA profile for the suspect, I believe that we're going to find out who it is, hopefully very quickly. But there's no guarantees. There's no guarantees, folks. This is more lengthy. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but there's a few things up front that I wanted to show you. We're not going to really be spending a whole lot of time until we get down. We have one that's about 30 minutes. I think it's this one here. We're going to be taking, this is like 53 minutes, but we're going to only be watching the first, I think, 10 minutes of this. And this has probably the most bombshell information in it for me related to the case. And this is where he, as you can see, he looks pretty tired. And he has some leakage here. He doesn't intend to leak some information to the public, and he does. So we're going to capitalize on the information that was released, and we're going to try to make heads or tails of it. So again, guys, if you guys are just coming in about this show, we are as well. We're trying our hardest to help, just to bring advocacy to this case. This woman, her daughter's very famous. She's on the Today Show. She's a co-anchor on the Today Show, and well known around this country. So does that have something to do with this? And right now, the way I'm looking at it, I don't think it has anything to do with it. There's something here, and I don't know what that could ever make somebody hurt. She looked like a lovely lady. I'm not going to lie. She had a beautiful smile. She seemed like just a lovely lady.
Now, for more on this investigation into the missing mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie is Pima County, Arizona Sheriff Chris Nanos. Sheriff, good to have you here. You are now treating this as a crime scene. What makes you believe that this was a crime?
Well, there's a number of things there that I can't get into it all, but I would tell you that first and foremost, Miss Guthrie is very she is sharp as a tack, has her wits about her. She didn't just wander off. At 84, though, she does still suffer some physical ailments that restrict her ability to move and get around. The family tells us, if she could walk 50 yards on her own, that would be something, and they just don't believe it. And when we got this call, I was advised we get so many of these calls every day here in Tucson, where people are in the mountains hiking, or maybe they walked away from a care home. And I don't, I've got such a great team of search and rescue volunteers and search and rescue team members. They just go do their work. But this one stood out just because what I was being told about the home she disappeared from. And I just felt like we're going to do our search and rescue mission. We're going to find her.
And so, as you guys are probably learning, is she wasn't found. She hasn't been found. They have stopped searching the general area because whatever information they've learned has told them that she's mostly not right there in that general area, that somebody has removed her against her will and loaded her up. As this case progresses, I think they're finding out that she's just how it sounds. Let me just break this down to you why I'm feeling this way. First of all, she went missing. They got to the house. They obviously see a crime scene there. They know something's not right. They immediately get homicide in. Okay, and so it was my opinion that there had to have been blood observed in that house, because if it was a robbery, if it was an abduction, you're talking about major crimes. Major crimes would have been on that scene for a situation like that, not homicide. So for homicide to be there has to be a significant amount of blood somewhere in that house that was observed. And so that was my opinion. We're finding out that does hold water. There was blood found inside the home, which supports the narrative that I had believed. Well, now we have them having this rescue mission. You know, they immediately shut it down. Almost immediately. They didn't give this a week of search. Why? Because their information led them to believe she's not in the general area. I almost guarantee that. And that is exactly why they ultimately canceled that and started doing this investigative side of things, because they need to collect data. They need to start moving this investigation into the actual investigative portion of it, because they've got to start collecting all of this data. And when the smaller your community is, the smaller your law enforcement body is, the less resources you have to put out there for, major ground searches. Those things cost a lot of money to conduct. I mean, you've got to pay the gas for the fixed plane wing aircraft. You got to pay the gas for the helicopter to drive around there. You're talking about tens of thousands of dollars in fuel and jet fuel. And then you've got, on top of that, you've got all this equipment coming out there, all the personnel that are being paid and on the ground. You've got a lot of stuff going on. And so then you've got dogs coming out there. Was she ever dropped off? No. She disappeared. She vaporized. I mean, she went into the house. Her daughter says she dropped her off at the house. The next morning, the church is calling her children saying, your mom never showed up for church. A lot of people asked, how did mom get to church? I saw a white car out there. Okay, I saw a white car out there. Now, I don't know if that's her daughter's or if that's hers, but just because you have mobility issues doesn't mean you can't drive. So we have to say that just because she has mobility issues doesn't mean she can't use her feet or can't drive a car. So is she driving herself to the church? Is she still that kind of independent? And I'm starting to feel like that is what we're going to ultimately find. I don't know definitively, so we can't make that a fact. But we can, theorize that she does have a vehicle and she does go and do some of her own shopping, doctor's appointments, and stuff like that. I'm interested in finding out if that is true. Her journalist son has a husband. They adopted a baby. No, that's not right. You might be looking at the wrong one, because her brother is out of the Air Force, or not. He was in the military. He's got I would assume the Air Force, but I don't want to assume anything. But he was in the military. He does have a private pilot's license, and all the houses that I see him on, he's on with a woman. Let me see what the woman's name is. Give me just a second, and I'll tell you the woman's name. The husband. He's not married to. Oops, I didn't realize these things were going. But he's not married to a man. Hold on. I've already looked him up. Guthrie. Modify search. Arizona. Okay. Give it just a second. It takes sometimes a little while. There she is. So his name is Charles Cameron Guthrie, and people call him Cameron Guthrie, or Cam. And he is in Vermont, and his wife's name is, I think I want to say it like Kristen or something like that. Yeah, Christine. So Christine, her maiden name is Christine Buchanan. So, no, he's not married to a, but you know, these names do kind of, I mean, Guthrie is a well-known name, so it very well may be that some of these names are crossed. She did have a car because they said her keys, her car, plus her purse. You're right. Perfect. They did, thank you for bringing that. We did hear that ourselves, but we didn't connect the dots. So thank you for connecting those dots for us. But yeah, so she has her keys, her car, and everything. So she does have a way to drive herself. So that explains that for us, you know, related to the church. You know, how did she go to church? And why would her daughter be only 10 minutes away from her, but not go to church with her on Sunday? That's a little odd. No? I think that would be a little odd. I don't know. I don't know if I lived only 10 minutes away from my mom and my mom got up and went to church every Sunday, I would probably go to church with her, you know, at least a few times a month, you know? I don't know. There's just, you know, I don't want to speculate too much. Let's just get back to our work here and see where it goes.
But I also felt like we need to get our criminal investigation team involved early on, because I just didn't like what I was hearing. So
what was it about that home that ignited that instinct? Was it in?
He's not going to be able to answer this stuff, but I like how this lady, Elizabeth handles that. She's like, we never wanted you to, you know, whatever.
Disarray? Were there signs of forced entry?
You know, I can't get into that, and I apologize to everybody.
We do get into that, guys, so don't go anywhere. There has been some new released information. We're just bringing everybody. This is the show where we start taking over a case. We start diving into it deeply, and so we want to make sure that our entire audience knows everything about this. So if you guys are just coming in, grab yourself a beverage, sit on down, learn some new information. If you're taking notes, these are timeline issues. I'm going in order here, and then we'll be back to some very important information that wasn't known to us until yesterday. And I think we're on to something. I believe the sheriff had some leakage. Leakage is very common when we're talking to suspects and they accidentally, say something, because most of the lies are based on, not that this I'm not trying to say he's lying by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just saying, about the suspects and leakage from the suspects is basically they accidentally let something out in the normal course of a conversation. And he did that. And so that's coming up, but later in the show, in about another 30 to 45 minutes, we'll be hearing why I believe that this is a man that acted alone and did this alone.
Betty, I know everybody wants to know so much.
It's okay. No, we don't.
I have to protect this case. But I will say that I've been doing this 50 years, and my team would tell you my gut instinct sometimes.
She seems like such a nice lady.
I hope I'm wrong. But there's some concerns there that says, typically we wait for a body to be found, and then our homicide team goes out to that body and starts their investigation. This isn't that case.
So, guys, he's telling us there was something serious in this home that led them to believe. I mean, he is stressing why he brought in this homicide investigation, guys. I don't think we're looking at the possibility of her being alive here. The journalist I'm thinking of is one who did the New York City Times Square with Kathy, the gray-headed journalist who has a horrible laugh. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't think he's related. I don't believe.
And I just felt like we need them to get started early on. Let's see what we can do to get this case going, and hopefully the best happens when we do find her somewhere safe and sound. But we just can't ignore what's in front of us.
He keeps saying, but, you know, he's trying to let people know, you know, they're holding on to hope, but this crime scene's very serious. And I think he's being realistic here. I think he's trying to make sure we have the right amount of hope, but he's very concerned. He doesn't want to be called, you know, nobody wants to be called liars or deceiving the public or anything like that. So he's trying to instill hope in people, in my opinion, but he's also trying to make sure, Anderson Cooper, there it is. That might be who she's talking about. But he's also trying to be realistic that, you know, we've got a crime scene, and the crime scene is telling us a different story. He's not saying those words out of his mouth, but what he's describing is that, yeah, we have hope, but we have a crime scene that's telling us a different story. So I think that that's where we're at with this. You know, the crime scene's telling us a different story is what his words should be. And that's scary because, again, this is a well-known woman. And you guys remember Jennifer Hudson? She's a Grammy recording music singer star. Her entire family was just about killed by her brother-in-law, and she lost her mom, her sister. I think she even lost one of her nephews. Very, very public, very, very real, very, very raw situation. And it's sad because these folks that are famous, like we're dealing here with Savannah, they have real emotions. They're real human beings, and they're going through one of the worst things. Like, we look at all these people and we idolize their lives and their lifestyles. In many cases. That's why I say you guys should be very careful who you idolize, you know. This is not one of these people that I think is like this elite crackpot that has an immoral compass or anything like that. I actually think that this family looks really sweet and really nice. Now, granted, they don't vote like Bullhorn Buddy, but it doesn't change the fact they look like normal human beings. They look like a lovely family. They look like lovely people. And it's sad that this has happened to her, being so public, being so vulnerable, and this being so emotional. My heart bleeds for Savannah and her family but in fairness, without Savannah, her mom might not be getting as much attention as she would have being a normal person, right? Nobody really looks at these cases, these elderly cases, the way we look at, say, children cases or young lady cases. You know, there's just a different dynamic here, a different interest level. So I'm thankful that Nancy gets a fighting chance, and I'm thankful, and I'm not going to sit here and be as vicious as, you know, Fox News was related to all these other people, all these, you know we have a lot of atrocities in this country. But I'm one of those people, if we can save one, you know, for whatever reason, you know, even if they have a little bit of an advantage over other people, it's about doing the right thing all the time, not getting into these things about, you know, the haves and have-nots. At the end of the day, Nancy is lucky. She has a famous daughter that got her a national news story, where a lot of parents and a lot of families don't get that. I'm not going to condemn them for that. You know, you do what you do. When you have family, it's about you. You know, you use the resources you have to get a job done, and that's what happened. And we're not going to condemn this family for doing that. So, just FYI.
Right. And Sheriff, I would never ask you to say anything that would jeopardize the investigation, but you're saying you saw something in the home that made you think that there was possibly a homicide here.
Listen.
Yeah, it's what I was being told.
Yes. You guys heard that, right? Okay. So there was something inside the home that indicated there was a homicide. All right. This is super important because this is what he was talking about, that, yeah, they're very hopeful she is okay, but they would be, they would be wrong in not understanding what they're looking at. And so this is where we come to our audience, and we want to be optimistic. We want to, but at the end of the day, we have to realize that this case has got a lot of problems. And at the end of the day, law enforcement brought homicide investigators in. And this comes back to Savannah being very prominent. This is very, very much emotional for her. She's a real human being. This is really her mom. And I can't imagine how scary this must be for her. And this is a very public situation. So whatever has happened in that family is going to come to light. I hope we learn more. I'm praying to God that it is an employee of theirs as opposed to somebody that's in their family that's holding somebody's hand right now trying to reassure them that they're okay. I can't stand people like that. But, that's at this point, that's what I'm praying for. I'd love to pray, and I am still praying for her to come home and to come home safely. With that being said, he's saying that there was things inside the house that show homicide. Okay, so we cannot look past that. And right now, we need strength for this family. We need strength for law enforcement. I knew that this was bad because this law enforcement sheriff, he was breaking down in one of the interviews we're about to get to here shortly. This is not good, folks. We're just trying to make sure that you guys are being provided the truth, not a sanitized version of what's going on.
My investigators and the search and rescue team, our
Hey,
officers
DeBoss.
in the field went
Found
out
blood.
there,
Sorry, this
and
phone
they
keeps
briefed us on
sending.
some things that
Oh,
were
that's
really
okay.
concerning to us.
There are reports out there right now that she was abducted as she slept.
Yep.
Did you find evidence of that?
What I would tell you is that we know she did not leave that home on her own, and that it was against her.
So she's trying to push, and he's like, what, I can't tell you. So the bottom line is she did not leave this on her own. Hey, Mr. Null, it's nice to see you. There was cameras in the house. Was the house ransacked? They haven't, we could assume that there was a sign of a struggle, but specifically ransacked, I'm not sure. There were cameras at the house. I'm going to show you guys some footage here when it comes up where the cameras are. I did see cameras around the house, professional type of cameras, like the professional type of cameras you'd see around a business. I saw them like screwed into the sides of the walls of the house. So this is not your Ring doorbell camera. This is it looks like state-of-the-art equipment, if you ask me. But we'll show you guys, and I'll let you guys make your own opinions about that. Bedding is missing, in my opinion. So Lisa B always believes there might be some bedding missing. Hopefully he does not cross the border. Yes, exactly. Tooley's must have seen where he was referenced. So thank you for saying that. We haven't gotten quite there yet, but I've already told my audience I believe it's a male, and why we're going. And I'm going to show the receipt on why I believe he's a male.
She didn't
it was
away.
against her will.
Yes, we believe that to be the case. But again, what I see there makes me believe that. Yes, ma'am.
You've also said that she was harmed as she was taken from the house. How so?
Well, we don't know that she was.
I disagree with this. They found signs that made them believe that this is a homicide investigation, and they're saying that she was injured as she was being forced out of the house. So let's listen to this language very, very, very carefully. Tully, it's nice to see you in the chat. Good morning, Common Sense. For all those that are coming in, we're taking a deep dive in this Nancy Guthrie case. We've been here for a little while now, already an hour and a half. We still are not even scratching the surface of this show yet. So if you guys are just coming in, please grab yourself a warm beverage. If you're at work, turn me down to a low rumble muffle so they don't hear me and I'm not distracting anybody. But this is information you guys need to know about the Nancy Guthrie story. Nancy Guthrie is kind of famous in her own right. She's got a very well-known and famous daughter that you see on your screen. Her name's Savannah Guthrie. She is a co-host to the Today Show, NBC's Today Show, and a well-known and beloved anchor on this show. So, and as you see, they both have gorgeous, they look sweet, both of them, okay? Savannah looks like a sweet woman. Her mom looks like a sweet woman, okay? You look like you got sweet people here. I usually know when I see crackpots on my screen, like Beyonce and Jay-Z, I know they're the crackpots, right? There's no way that they can look this sweet, okay? They never look this sweet. These people look genuinely sweet. And, you know, it further begs why this is happening, why this is in Nancy's home, why Nancy may never be able to see her children again. What happened to this woman? We're going to continue to break this down until the person responsible is behind bars. Now, we can't look past, I know some people were saying, we hope that he didn't go across the border. You know, we can't dismiss that we believe that it's somebody known to this family, but there's still that elusive stranger danger that, you know, threatens everybody in this country right now, you know, with once upon a time having an open border and knowing that the Border Patrol is involved in this case as well. Is that something maybe we're not looking at close enough? Could they believe that maybe this was a robbery gone bad, that maybe this was an illegal alien that broke into her house and ultimately killed her or hurt her or harmed her? And how does that play in with her being abducted and removed from the house, you know? So there are still a lot of theories that don't involve somebody known to her, but I'm still going to say the strongest theory for me is this is somebody that she knows.
What I see there makes me believe that. Yes, ma'am.
You've also said that she was harmed as she was taken from the house. How so?
Well, we don't know that she was harmed. We believe that there's evidence at the scene that suggests we're gathering some DNA samples to get those.
See, he catches himself. Like you see how, and he's not seasoned in this, so he's doing a great job. And he's oh, good gracious. I'm not sure how I want to describe him. He's trying, but he's also catching himself from going over, you know, going too far in many of these cases. What he's going to end up finding out is that he's going to have to really tone down how much he speaks, because they're probably, you know, he has leakage going on here in multiple places that he didn't, information unintended came out, right? Does it really affect the case that much? I don't think so, but it's still information that he probably didn't want out. Just saying.
To our crime lab to get some rapid results and see what that leads to. But yes, it's evident to us that she was moved from that house against her will.
Mm-hmm. You know, the question, obviously,
Good morning,
Sheriff,
Mr.
is
Dunham.
why would somebody take an 84-year-old woman in the middle of her night, middle of the night, against her will?
This is where this is screaming, you know, this is personal. This is where it's screaming personal. Breaking in the house in the middle of the night. We're not hearing that, you know, her safe was, you know, millions of dollars are missing out of her safe, right? We're not hearing those things. We're hearing that somebody went into her house. It sounds like did something with her in bed. Let's think about this. Who attacks people in bed? Think about how personal this is. Let's go through this. Let's think of all let's ask AI. Hold on a second. Let's pull up AI. Let's pull up ChatGPT. When someone is murdered in the middle of the night and in bed, is that? Let's see. Okay, when someone is murdered in the middle of the night and in bed, is that more personal than stranger danger? In criminology and behavioral analysis, a homicide committed at night in the victim's bed strongly leans toward personal offense rather than stranger danger. It's not absolute, but statistically and behaviorally, it is more intimate and targeted. I hate to say it, sex. You know, to be honest with you, Army vet, I didn't put past, her dating somebody. She's 84 and she might be immobile, but I mean, I've got a neighbor that's next door and I know he loves the ladies. Like he goes, to places like the Moose and stuff like that, or like every Christmas. He loves Christmas. All the little ladies just love seeing him at the Christmas parties. At least that's what he tells me. I don't go to these Christmas parties, so I wouldn't know. But just, a little tidbit of information. I think the person as well. And you have to know the layout. That's true too. These are all things that went into our factor, could be related, a relative. And it could be a relative. Now we looked at the daughter and the boyfriend, and her boyfriend have a lot of speeding tickets. Obviously, because I didn't know what his name, well, I did know what his name was because she was on property. I just didn't search him yesterday. And then when he came up and I realized that they were the ones that were out to dinner with him, which I had speculated yesterday. I'm like, well, there's only so much family they've got in that area now, because the brother is in Vermont, the sister's in New York, and I even said Annie's going to be the only sibling of the 3 kids that are still around mommy. And so she's got to have her family. She's 56 years old, so I would assume she's got some kids, but that's this day and age, and the fact that her and her man aren't married, maybe they don't have children. Maybe there are no children from her, but there are a few siblings that are together on here, and I can't tell if it's her brother, Cameron's kids, or if it's Annie's kids. But a few other nuances about this story is the fact that after over a decade, almost 2 decades, recently, Savannah Guthrie, the famous one from the Today Show, actually opened up about her marriage with this well-known and famous producer that she only was married to from 2004 to 2009, and she felt like a total failure. Well, she never talked about this aspect of her life until just recently. So she just went on and again, a section of her life that she hasn't talked about in almost 2 decades, she finally opens up about. And several days later, her mom is gone and gone forever, and they believe she's been murdered. I mean, this is, is it anything to look at? I don't know. I'm not going to say it is, and I'm not going to say it isn't. I'm just going to say it's awfully suspect that she opens up about a very emotional and personal story of hers that dates back with one specific person. And the reason why, and I would have never brought this up, and I would have looked the other way, except for the Monica and Spencer, or Monique and Spencer Tepe case, where her husband, Michael McKee, she hadn't talked to him, been around him for almost 8 years, and then all of a sudden he's breaking into her house and murdering her and her husband, leaving her 2 young children orphaned. This world is crazy, and details of these cases are even crazier. Truth truly does defy fiction, right? It's stranger than fiction, rather. But this stuff defies logic. This case defies logic. We feel in our gut it's somebody that's close to her. And it makes me wonder, is that person right now trying to console or hold the hand of Savannah? It's sick stuff. It's sick stuff. So let's keep reading about this, and then we'll go back to the interview. So according to the criminology and behavioral analysis, this, the victim being in bed does lean to pretty personal, personal situation. Savannah is a professional liar. Yeah, but she's in New York. I don't think that she had anything to do with her mother, and at the end of the day, they seem like very sweet people. She has a job to do. She works on NBC, okay? You got to be NBC material, right? She's making $40 million a year. If I could stomach talking the crap that they talk for $40 million a year, I would, but I can't stomach it. So I decided to be poor and happy. Being killed in bed means that the offender has unimpeded access to the victim at their most vulnerable. That's another thing we have to remember, folks, is that this house had cameras. And if it had cameras, what is the likelihood that it has like a security pad? Did somebody go in there and punch the security? Why didn't the alarm go off? Why did the alarm go off in the middle of the night? Did she forget to set the alarm? If they've got cameras, she's got to have a security system, that I would assume. I mean, the cameras I saw appeared state of the art. Okay? She makes $8 million a year, but her net worth is $40 million. Yep, 40 to 45. 40 to 45 million is what I was estimated at, for her. So let's keep going. So the access and familiarity, being killed in the bed means the offender had unimpeded access to the victim's home at their most vulnerable. That typically requires knowledge of the home layout, confidence about who is present. So this person knew she lived alone. Comfort entering without triggering alarm or resistance. This is the big one right here, right? Then we have strangers rarely have this level of access unless it's a robbery gone wrong. And those actually occur before the victim is in bed, not during sleep. So timing indicates intent. Nighttime, especially while the victim was asleep, suggests planning, which is what I said when we started out this seems premeditated in nature. To what extent, I don't know. Was it a robbery, premeditated robbery, and they accidentally killed her and needed to remove her from the house? Or was this just what could they, I mean, if we look at this case, what motivation or benefit would it be for her not to be here? If it has nothing to do with Savannah or some type of stalking of Savannah, what could it have something to do with? And the only thing I could ever think that something like this has to do with is money. I mean, I wonder if her sister has kids. I think she does, but I don't. I can't. There's 2 children, 20-something on here, but I can't tell if it's her brother's children or if it's her sister's children, because her sister never got married and still has the same last name as she does. They're all Guthries. So the only time that, the only person that's had a stable marriage for years is the brother, is Cameron. He's been married to his wife for years. But it doesn't, and although Annie has been with Tom for years, they've never gotten married. I don't know who Savannah is with. I'm pretty sure whoever she's with, she's probably married as well, or not married, but has been in a relationship with him, for a long time as well, and just chose not to get married. I don't know what the situation is. They bought a home in 2025, and I saw that, and I've also looked, they've owned homes for years. So it seems like every few years they sell their home and upgrade 1,000 or 100,000 or more upgraded home, So they had like a $350,000 home. They sold that, moved into a $450,000 home, sold that, moved into a $650,000 home. So that's not surprising me. I went and looked through their history about the home situation. They did purchase it in 2025. But they did live out in that general area, and they lived in a nice house before this one. So, you got to look at the whole scenario, but I did look at that angle as well. Sister and husband has kids and family out there. Yes, there could be some family members that are upset, maybe because maybe they went to Savannah and asked her for help, and they know that they're in the will of her mother, and, it could be something like that. When you have famous people. There's somebody in the family that's a crackpot that wants what their family member has and is just, feels so entitled to it without working for it. And when somebody tells them no, they have a complete utter breakdown. Is that the case here? I don't know. But strangers rarely have this level of access unless it's a robbery gone wrong. And then that usually, again, occurs before the victim goes to bed, not during sleep. So it appears that this was planning. It appears that the offender chooses a moment of maximum control and minimum resistance. Interesting. So, and this is an interesting statement here. If true for this particular case, might imply something a little more, because it sounds like her mom was had mobility issues and may not have been very strong at as is. So overpowering her wouldn't have been a problem if you're a grown man. So very interesting statement there. Crime of opportunity. Stranger danger tends to occur in public places, transitional locations like parking lots and sidewalks, or during active burglaries. Now, we do know that there have been stuff in broad daylight. We had that producer that was murdered with his girlfriend or his wife in their house in California. From some person, some random person just walked up on their property and let themselves into their house. Their house had no security system, which is insane in 2020. I think this happened in 2024 or 2025. In my opinion, definitely planned. Yeah. But taking an 84, so there's got to be a reason. And the only thing I can think of that would justify all of this is money. Inheritance, something along those lines is really where I'm coming from. I mean, I can't imagine, a contractor taking an 84-year-old woman back for knocking off $1,000 off total, whatever the case may be. It just seems odd here. It just seems odd. And again, if it was a burglary, usually when they hurt somebody, they leave them where they leave them. They don't take them with them, which again goes back to, this is really personal that they took her with them. Especially in light that there is no ransom note. There's no ransom note at all. So that often reflects killing someone in their bed crosses strong psychological boundaries. They often reflects emotional grievance, rage, resentment, jealousy, or control. So emotional grievance. I can't imagine this woman making anybody emotionally grieve, like her taking something away, her grounding her children. Like, she's 84 years old. Who is she? Who rage and resentment, jealousy, or control. That's interesting. Like, who would have rage against her? Who would resent her? Who wants control over her or is jealous of her? And then, of course, a relationship history, intimate partner, family member, or close acquaintance. And this is kind of where we're kind of living right here because, this emotional grievance, I mean, I guess it could apply, but how? I would have to have more information. And this rage, resentment, jealousy, or control, again, maybe it could be some of this with her living the lifestyle she lived, having a famous daughter. Maybe somebody in her family, was jealous of that and was tired of it and wanted, again. But I still think these two kind of in part go together. 2 and 3 could go together. It could be a combination of both of these. Could be a combination of all three. But strangers usually avoid close contact, high-risk scenarios unless motivated by sexual violence or extreme pathology. So somebody had brought, sex up and, could she have been a victim of sexual assault? So far, we're not hearing that. Okay. We're not hearing that. And typically, again, when is the person taken, out of the home? That's concealment. And we have to understand the act of concealment matters because it does help identify who it could be. The weapon choice matters. Hands, blunt force, knives, close range firearm in the bedroom further points to personal violence. We don't know which. We know that there is blood in the house. We know that there is an active crime scene. We know that they're saying she was injured inside that home. So, any of these things could be from, getting blunt force, knife, or close range firearm. We don't know what we're dealing with. They're not saying anything about, spatter or anything like that. Spatter is going to be important, whether it's medium velocity or high velocity or low velocity. That tells you typically what it could be. As far as a weapon used, if it's high velocity, well, there's only one item that can give you a high velocity spatter, and that's a firearm. So that, but you can see different types of patterns, like if a knife is used or if it's blunt force, different strikes and how that the cast off spatters on items in its way. So that really does help identify what was used in a situation like this. We don't have wrenches anymore. We have boxes. Oh, then you got to refresh because I'm showing wrenches on my side. There's something going on with YouTube, because even on Justin For All last night when I was watching him, he kept freezing up, split seconds, but freezing up on me anyways. So if you guys are dealing with that, I think it's YouTube, not us. Thank you. Who was that? Thank you, Deborah, for subscribing. So now, risk and reward. Entering an occupied home at night carries high risk. Strangers prefer low-risk environments with clear exit paths. Someone with personal connection often believes they won't be suspected. They can control the scene, and they know the victim's habits. This is why we think it's so close to home. When it could be a stranger danger, and it could happen, but it's the expectation. Serial offenders with specific victim types, sexual sadists, home invasion killers, rare but usually chaotic, situations with clear forced entry, ransacking, or theft. Now, we did hear the door was open, but I haven't heard the door was kicked open. And they say, bottom line, a murder in the middle of the night in the victim's bed is overwhelming, interpreted as personal. Someone known to the victim or someone who had targeted them specifically. So let me write, what do you make of them removing the person from the home? Sounds like law enforcement fears a homicide. See what that comes up with. Oh, thank you, Melinda. Thank you for subscribing. Remy, it's nice to see you. So strange. Why take her from the whole Remy? I know. She was fighting back. That's what it sounds like. So we've got some stuff here, but it's scary. But this whole thing taking her from the home is so specific, because I feel like this is what has, and I told you guys this when we started coming into the case, this is the defining factor that's making me believe that this is much closer to home, is because they removed her from the home. I felt that if this was a stranger danger, a third party person that broke into the house or got drunk and, went into the house or wanted to R her or do something like that, whatever they would have done to her, they would have done to her in that home. They would have left her right where she was. Because she was removed, that is concealment. Nobody's going to conceal a crime unless they're known to the person. And so at least that is my understanding. That's what statistics show us. Are there outliers to that? Of course there are, but we're living in the world of statistics, okay? The larger statistics rule because they're most probable. Not that they're going to be the end all be all, but they're more probable than the outliers. So more probable would tell us that this is somebody that is known to this woman, somebody that knows her house and knew when she was going to be home or be in bed. And the main question is, why would anybody target her, right? What does she have to target? That has to be the next question we ask. So, you're reading that correctly. When law enforcement removes... No, law enforcement didn't remove. Law enforcement. Hold on. Didn't remove her. Okay, that's clarification. Okay, yes. It raises the alarm level, not lowers it. If the suspect removed the victim from the home, the victim is missing, and law enforcement believes there is a homicide scene inside the home, investigators are operating under a presumed homicide with body concealment framework. So let's just dive into this. So the removal of a victim, a consciousness of guilt. From an investigator standpoint, moving a victim is not natural behavior. It strongly suggests, one, that the suspect believes the person was dead or dying. Two, the suspect understood the death would be viewed as criminal. And three, there was an effort to delay discovery, destroy evidence, or control the narrative. Innocent people call for help. Guilty people move bodies. Interesting. So, two, a homicide scene without a body is still a homicide scene. Very interesting, because we've heard what the law enforcement sheriff has said about this case, and they're hopeful, but they would be remiss if they dismiss everything that they're seeing inside that home. The request that was specifically asked from him, did you find something in a home that made you believe this was a homicide scene? His answer was yes. So I believe we're dealing with a homicide scene here. So law enforcement does not label a resident a homicidal scene lightly when there is significant blood, biological evidence, or trauma indicators. I can say that law enforcement has been very upfront with us that these indicators exist inside that home. The amount of blood exceeds that of what is survivable. We know that there's blood inside that home. I believe that this is the amount of blood that we have, but we have not been provided that. We went from them not telling us what was inside that home to them finally acknowledging that there was blood inside that home. That's very scary signs. There were signs of violence inconsistent with innocent explanation. In modern prosecutions, a body is not required if forensic evidence supports death. So I guess only time will tell if this is truly a homicide investigation. We're going to know very, very soon. Social friend, SoCal friend, it's nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Yes, it's the same when killers place blankets over their face because they know the victim. Yeah, exactly. And it's funny that people do that because they know that that's a sign of knowing. But anyways, why is this worse than finding the body? From a legal and behavioral standpoint, removing the victim adds additional criminal exposure, tampering, abuse of a corpse, and obstruction. It indicates planning after the fact. It shows the suspect had time, privacy, and opportunity. How long was the person inside the home? How long were they moving inside the home? This moves the case from impulsive violence toward post-offensive cognition, which juries find very compelling. So now we're at 4. Nighttime plus bed plus removal, intimate offender profile. This combination is critical. Occurs in a private, controlled setting, requires access and familiarity, involves emotional or relational proximity. Now that the perpetrator must dispose of the remains, that's very interesting. Maybe that's why that they're removed from the house. Maybe that's what they were doing. May the person pick her up and possibly not deceased carried her out to their car, and that's why the door was left open. I mean, it's possible. Anything's possible. But the way the officer is speaking about this case, the way the sheriff's speaking about this case, is it doesn't sound like they believe she's alive. We've gone over stuff ad nauseum on this channel, and I'm pretty good at picking up law enforcement because I'm around law enforcement a lot. You know, I'm familiar with our law enforcement here, but I've got a lot of resources that are in the FBI. I even know a couple people that are retired CIA. So I have opportunities to speak with some people, to say the least. So with that being said, it makes it hard when I hear an officer speaking this particular way and not hearing the message he's saying. I think he's trying to tell us she's dead without telling us she's dead. Okay. That's truly what I believe. I've never seen anything quite act like this before. And because of that, I have to read between the lines. And every time I keep going back, it's always a but with him. But. And that tells me his her being alive probably isn't realistic. Involves emotional or relational proximity, followed by concealment rather than panic. That profile overwhelmingly aligns with, look at this, intimate partner. You know, I know she's 84 years old, and many of us don't want to act like, 84-year-olds can have partners, but I don't know if you've ever, how many people are in the medical field here? How many of you guys are CNN or LPNs? How many of you guys actually work at an ALF? Can you explain to me why, if you're in an ALF or people that are seniors, why they're handing out condoms? Anybody? Anybody raise their hand? Get it on up there. Get it on up there. But I hate to break it to you, but I've heard some stories. I've heard some stories about those ALFs and retirement communities. Sowing oats, Mr. Dunham says. I'm just saying. Well, you know what I always heard about those older men? They said, you never let one go to waste. I'm just saying. They're few and far between. So, when you got it going, you got to get it going. But not to make a satire out of it, little blue pill. Not to make satire out of it, but, everybody's looking at her as being 84 years old and not even considering an intimate partner. Would an intimate partner do? Guys, we've seen some older people do some pretty rotten crap. Okay? If we got to go into elderly crimes, we will. Okay? Don't put it past somebody. Okay? Don't put it past somebody. But is this really what it is? Did she have a lover that she fell out with, that she no longer wanted to date? And maybe she moved on. Maybe she moved on with one of the fellers in the church. And maybe he got a little jelly. And he's like, if I can't have her, nobody can. We can. I know we're putting a little bit of a funny spin on it, but we can't, she's 84 years old. She looked like a lovely lady. She looked like she could still cut a rug. Okay, we're not going to put it down, even though she can't walk 50 yards. I bet you she can dance. I bet you she can, be on her little rocker just dancing. Right? Right? But now we're going to be getting down to where I think we're going to be family member, cohabitant. We know there was nobody else inside that home with her. She lived alone. So if we could eliminate intimate partner, which, is a hit or miss topic. She's 84 years old. Is she dating somebody? Is she not dating anybody? We truly don't know. Would it surprise us if she's dating somebody and he ultimately did this to her? It wouldn't, because domestic violence is domestic violence no matter how old you are, right? But now we've got a family member. The cohabitant, I think nobody lives with her. This is not a situation like Bob Reiner's case where he's got his son, Eric, living in his house, in his pool house, destroying it. I don't see that being a factor here. So now we've got the intimate partner possibility. We don't know her life. So could she be dating somebody? Possibly. A family member, it seems like, is a little more probable. And then somebody with authority or control over the victim. And then, this right here, what do they mean by that? Is that an assisted living person? Somebody that comes over there and helps them? What is it? No pain, no gain, I think is what it was. It was a crazy movie. I think that's what it was. It was a crazy movie that I believe The Rock and Mark Wahlberg were in. And that was where they decided to, if I've got the right movie, it's where they decided to go and rob this guy for his, I want to say his club or his bar or something like that. And if I remember, they killed him. And actually, I think we had a heist, like a real life heist, where these thugs, these cartel members, ended up grabbing the wrong guy here in Florida. here in Florida. So, could this be like a person, hired person? Yeah, it could be, folks, because again, like I said, the daughter, Savannah, the famous daughter that's on the Today Show, she opened up about a very personal aspect of her life that she hasn't talked about in almost 2 decades. And just days after she opens up about a famous ex-husband, her mom's gone. She hasn't talked about this stuff in 2 decades. She speaks on it on January 24th, and by January 31st, before midnight, her mom is gone and gone forever. So there's a lot of things that are perking my eyeballs here. And so why she hasn't been found. When the victim is removed and not located, investigators consider a secondary disposal site, water, desert, rural, or construction areas. Time window before reporting, and whether the suspect had transport tools or prior planning. I believe that this is ripe for prior planning. Longer the delay, the more investigators rely on forensic reconstruction rather than recovery, which we've already heard him basically say that. We're going on the investigative side. We're going to put the recovery, to the wayside for right now. So they're not even really looking to bring her home at this moment, just trying to find leads to where she may have been removed and ultimately taken. So what law enforcement is likely doing right now, quietly, this is what happens next. Full forensic processing of the home, blood pattern analysis to determine cause and manner of death. I think what we're ultimately going to find is that there is some type of evidence, blood evidence in this house. This was my original suspect, and whenever I heard that they believed she was deceased and that they had the homicide investigators there and stuff like that, I said there had to have been a large pool of blood somewhere. Now, we don't know if that's true, that it was an opinion that was speculative at best. We're getting some stuff that supports some of that speculation, but it doesn't drive us to the fact that she might be dead based on the amount of blood left at the scene. So very interested in learning about that. We have learned that she has her phone, her vehicle, and cars, and everything was left at home. That means she literally only had the clothes on her back when she left. I'm interested to find out if her cane or walker, or however she's assisted in walking, if that was left at home as well. If it was, well, we got ourselves a really, really, really bad day. Surveillance canvas and transport movements. We're hearing they're struggling with that right now. There's a lot. Behavioral timeline to establish opportunity and deception. So the bottom line, if the suspect removed her, she is missing, and police believe the house contains a homicide scene, this is no longer ambiguous. This is that constellation of facts strongly supports a personal, targeted killing, post-offense concealment, a case that does not depend on locating a body to process. So let's get back to where we were in this case. But we did have to take a little break and get some more information on that front, because let's face it, we've got ourselves a problem here, a major problem. A woman is missing. It appears that law enforcement is telling us that that they believe she's deceased. They have hope that she's not, but they believe she's gone. And we're sitting here saying, okay, well, 2 of her children are out of state. She only has 1 child in state that just happens to see her shortly before she disappears for forever. And then you have this weird thing where she goes to church. Why isn't anybody in her family at the same church she goes to if she's got this tight-knit family? But, I digress. Maybe they just don't go to church together. So, the church calls the family and says, your mom didn't show up. And they go to the house, and according to the sheriff's own statement, they were around that house for almost an hour before they called law enforcement. Who does that? And sorry, but we look at all these things. I'm trying to be nice because I don't know what's going on in this case, and I don't want to be very accusatory. But at the end of the day, there are some things that to me are rising to red flag status. We're not quite there yet, but we're definitely, making note of certain chunks of information here that just doesn't sit well with me or with my audience. So let's keep moving through this, and we'll keep investigating. As stuff comes up, we'll start asking ChatGPT.
Have you gotten any ransom demands, any communication of any kind from somebody who might have an axe to grind against Nancy Guthrie or even her daughter?
There are 2 children, 2 20-something years old, that keeps coming up in these searches, but I can't tell if it's Cameron's children or her children, because Cameron also has 2 additional smaller houses out in Vermont. And it makes me, and with the 2 girls, it seems like him and his wife, them being married, would have children. And it sounds like those 2 other properties are much smaller than their main house, and that sounds like something that a parent would buy for their children. So I feel like the 2 girls that I'm seeing in this background check are actually Cameron's children as opposed to Annie's children, but I really don't know. I'll dig a little deeper maybe we'll dig a little deeper while we're on this show. We'll see.
We have not. Those are scenarios that were presented to us. First of all, we've worked with the Guthrie family. They are, as you would know, they're just devastated by this, and they're doing everything they can to help us come to some good resolution here. But we're working with different law enforcement agencies across the country, to include the FBI and our own state highway patrol teams in their labs. Here locally, 10 different agencies, all the chiefs. That's just how we do.
So Savannah does have children?
Everybody pitches in. And for her to...
Okay, well, I'm going to have to... I'll pull some more information on all of them. We'll do that. Let me get through some of this stuff. We've still got a lot of the show left on here. I need to get some of this stuff resolved and through, because we still have another hour to hour and a half left of the show. Because, again, we're going over everything here.
Savannah's security team, we've spoken with them. And we're talking with Savannah and looking into any potential threats or any of that, and we're just not. That's not getting us there. We don't. Right now, nothing.
So they're not thinking that there's any phantom stalker of Savannah or her mother responsible. So he's basically eliminating this stranger danger for us. Do you guys hear that? Like he's not coming out and saying it, but he's basically eliminating it. He's saying, look, this is we're not seeing any of this here. This is just not what we're seeing. So it does make me wonder. It does make me wonder. Let's keep going.
And indicates that to be the case.
Yeah. Sadly, threats are a common phenomenon for many journalists at the network level. I know I had them and have had them. Many of my colleagues have had them. I imagine the FBI is looking into those to see if somebody meant to harm Savannah's mother as something like that.
Yeah, we have a lot of information thanks to the media, and exactly what we asked them to do is put this out, and we're getting a lot of leads and a lot of information to chase down and track down and hopefully get us somewhere. But no, so far there's nothing to indicate any kind of ransom, kidnapping, anything of that nature. You asked.
See, to listen, he even eliminates kidnapping. So they're using kidnapping right now as a way to say body disposal. I think that's how they're using it. I know that that's not necessarily, but I want to go back to listen, because he even specifically says there's no ransom, no kidnapping, no nothing like that. Okay. Well, they're telling us that she was abducted and kidnapped from her bed. This is where that leakage stuff comes in that I'm saying with this sheriff, because he's letting stuff go that maybe he's intending to, but I have to think that these are unintended tidbits of information. And what he's saying here is that this woman was not abducted, so that means she was murdered in her home and removed. And that's the way I'm reading this case. Now, I could be off base, every now and again we are, so I'm not holding my feet to the fire on this assessment just yet with this limited information. But that's what I'm hearing here, and I want you guys to hear what he's saying again. Let's go back about 15 seconds. Now listen.
We're getting a lot of leads and a lot of information to chase down and track down and hopefully get us somewhere. But no,
Listen.
So far there's nothing to indicate any kind of ransom, kidnapping, anything of that nature.
Kidnapping.
You asked the very question that...
Kidnapping. No ransom, no kidnapping, nothing of that nature. That's what he just said. Now, this is important because he knows that to be true, but they're trying to convince everybody that she was abducted. He's saying none of that happened here. Okay? So now that's leading me to believe she was killed in her home and removed from that home. And they're trying to say she was abducted because that explains without explaining the homicide. But it sounds like we have a homicide scene here. Okay, we have, they keep calling it a crime scene, which it is, but I think we have a name for the type of crime scene that we're looking at here.
My team is asking, why take this woman from her home?
Right.
We hope we'll find those answers through our investigative
Yeah, we already
efforts
went
and
through that.
downloading some electronics and some...
So, guys, her daughter, Annie, has owned houses for, just to clarify this, has owned houses for years, okay? And you can see that years ago, she purchased house for like $200, then she sold it, moved into a house for $300 or $400, sold it, moved into a house for like $350, $500,000, sold it, and then moved into another house about $650,000. So these are not anything. This is normal as your parents age. You may decide you want to move a little closer to her. It sounds like she's been a homeowner for decades. And this is just a moving choice that they chose, In all fairness, I'm going to be moving in between 27 and 28, So I don't find that awfully suspect. She purchased this home back in 2025, the beginning of 2025. So it sounds like they may have only been in that house not even a whole entire year yet. But I'm not too awfully suspect about that just now, unless they were having financial problems and mom chose not to help them. Then that could be a motive being used, but we're not there yet in this case. We're not there.
Digital cameras, whatever we can do, whether it's analytical work on cell phones, cameras, license plate readers, all of that is being done. It just takes some time. It's never fast enough.
Sheriff Chris Nanos, thank you for taking time out of what I know has been a very stressful day for everybody down there, working very hard to find Nancy Guthrie. We sure hope you get a break.
Okay, that's kind of the fluff. We don't need any more fluff. And so we get here. This is going to be quick. Where are we? This is... Okay, so this is going to show us a few things. So I want to show you guys some things.
48 hours since the Today Show's Savannah Guthrie's mother was last seen in Tucson. The Pima County Sheriff's Office telling us that she may have been abducted.
12 News journalist Sean Rice.
See, they're saying abducted. I'm not willing to say that anymore because the sheriff just said none of that exists. I know they're couching it like that, but I don't believe that exists.
Live in the Catalina foothills area. So this is northeast of Tucson. This is actually a very nice neighborhood up there as the search continues. So she is still missing, Sean, after all this time. What do we know?
Yeah, Trim and Troy, good afternoon to you both. It's been a little over...
As you guys noticed, that is the same house we brought up on here. See? So this is the Google map. This is the same exact house, same brick, same driveway. He's standing more over here, and we're over here where a lot of the stuff came in. Oh, thank you, Ruby, for becoming the newest member of this crazy family we call the Coffee Club, i.e. the Insane Asylum. Ow! Grab your straitjacket and your padded room, and welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Let me see what we got here. I missed somebody. Give me a second. It takes a few moments. Oh, no, I did. Okay, I saw you, Lisa. I thought I missed somebody, and I didn't. I saw you. I answered you. Okay, perfect. So as you guys see, this is the area he's at. So
24 hours since Pima County deputies and eventually homicide detectives responded to Nancy Guthrie's Tucson home. We are right along Camino Escalante in northeast Tucson, Catalina Foothills area. As you mentioned, a very affluent, a very nice area, a very safe area. Homicide detectives did respond a little after noon.
There is no safe areas. This is the United States of America. We'd love to believe that every place is safe, but we see cases like this in some of the most safe places across this country.
Yesterday. That's because inside her home, they found several of her belongings, her cell phone, her wallet, and her car, but Nancy herself was nowhere to be found. In a press.
So that answers us. She did have a car. She had her cell phone. So she travels herself. She goes to her grocery store. She drives herself to church. So she is mobile. She's just not, she has mobility issues. But she does have a vehicle to get around, so I'm sure she probably putzes around like many of us do, but, and just goes to where she goes and comes back home.
Conference early this morning, Chris Nanos, the sheriff here in Pima County, described whatever they found inside as a crime scene. That is why homicide detectives responded. But again, that search for Nancy is still well underway. This afternoon, we had a chance to put our drone up above this area to give you a bird's eye view, really, of what we're looking at. At the time, you couldn't see a large detective presence or search and rescue teams. We were told for about the 24 hours before our drone was up, that's all search and rescue crews have been doing with the sheriff's office, is searching and scouring this area. Now, the Pima County Sheriff's Office tells us their initial search began for the 84-year-old Sunday afternoon. That's when family members reported her missing.
So we learned, and again, it comes back to why it took them an hour. I mean, if you know somebody is supposed to be there, their car's there, you cannot tell me that there was not a struggle in that house that was noticeable. And why it took an hour even after that for them to call law enforcement, I want clarification on that. That is a worry spot for me, okay? It just is. Who was at that house? Who went in that house? And who ultimately made the law enforcement call? Was it still the same daughter and Thomas? And we haven't even got to where he says we don't know why he chose to do this, referring to the suspect, which gives us a lot of, gives us a lot to work with here. Let's keep going.
They tell us she was last seen in person around 9:45 Saturday night. While this does remain a missing persons case, Sheriff Nanos says homicide detectives were called out here, revealing, as I mentioned, that there are signs, as he called it, that a crime was committed inside the home. But to preserve the investigation, he could not divulge any additional details. Just a bit ago, we had a chance to speak with a neighbor who lives just 2 doors down from Nancy.
This will be interesting. So now we have some neighborhood accounts. So if you guys haven't seen this, stick around. This is going to be the first time for me. I knew this was coming up, but I did not watch it.
She's home. She didn't know her personally, but she spoke about what her family members are likely feeling. Take a listen.
It doesn't matter if you're a celebrity or not. It's still your parents. I'm 73 going on 74, and I lost my mother about 5 years ago. And even at this age, I still miss both of them.
Right now, we don't see this as a search mission as much as we do a crime scene. The family wants everybody to know this isn't somebody who just wandered off. Her physical limits are based on just age and,
Morning, love.
we get old. And so it's more physical, but clearly she is as sharp as a tack.
That right there was the sheriff here in Pima County, Chris Nanos, describing her as somebody who did not suffer from any kind of cognitive issue like dementia. He also said that Guthrie takes daily medication that she could die without having. So right now there is a major sense of urgency with their investigation. He also pleaded with the community, whether that be residential neighbors here in the Catalina foothills area or really anybody within the Tucson area, to keep a watchful eye, to remain vigilant for any sign of Nancy Guthrie. He said that any additional piece of evidence they receive, whether that be a tip to 911 or to their non-emergency line, could be what helps them break this case open and potentially.
Yeah, I think they have a good idea. First 48 tells us, I'm not really impressed with this person's update, but I found it relevant.
We've been following all day the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. And this case hits close to home for us here. Savannah is a former News 4 Tucson anchor, U of A alum, and grew up right here in Tucson. The Pima County Sheriff's Department now believes the 84-year-old's disappearance is the result of foul play and a possible abduction. And tonight, 88 Crime is offering up to $2,500 for information leading to an arrest in the case.
So we have a $2,500 reward also now related to this matter. Hey, Brenda, it's nice to see you, love. I hope you're doing well. And everybody else that came by to see us today, it's been nice to have you guys here. I hope you guys are learning something. This is a case we are diving into pretty deep, folks.
Guthrie was last seen Saturday at her home in the Catalina foothills near Skyline and Campbell. You see the location on the map there. That's where we find News 4 Tucson's Jacob Owens tonight, joining us live. Jacob, what is the latest on this investigation tonight?
Yeah, Sean, this investigation continues more than 48 hours after Nancy Guthrie was last seen at her home near Skyline Drive and Campbell Avenue. As you said, this is as investigators now believe that she was taken from her home against her will. This is possibly in the middle of the night. And NBC News has learned that investigators believe she was harmed when she was taken from the home.
Harmed. It's from a government official. We don't, believe it or not, we don't, when their government officials put out a reward, it's always low. So I'm not surprised by that.
Home. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos told News 4 Tucson this evening that DNA from the scene is being analyzed.
So we have DNA, all right? So we have her being harmed. We have DNA. We have them not believing she's alive. We've got homicide investigation and investigators coming in early on in this case. I think that we're seeing the picture that's being painted. We have a sheriff that's doing his best to keep an upbeat, investigation and people upbeat. But at the end of the day, he's still telling people what they're not wanting to hear. This is a very tough situation.
That search and rescue mindset going into this, that this is a missing elderly lady, but when our teams got there, they saw some things that didn't set well. They shared them with us, and I just decided, you know what, we're going to start our criminal investigation.
Despite the criminal investigation, sheriffs...
See how he's toned it down? It's criminal investigation. It's not a criminal investigation. He has homicide investigators working this. This is past criminal. This is homicide investigation. That they, of course, that themselves are trying to keep it away. So we're all kind of looking at somebody closer to the family, not a stranger danger situation, not an abduction for ransom. This is for another purpose. We don't know what that purpose is. We haven't identified that yet.
Department teams continued their search and rescue work. Crews were going door to door, talking to people, and trying to get information from Ring doorbell cameras.
Sad, and we're really concerned. Obviously, for her family, and obviously we truly hope that they find her.
News 4 Tucson asked Nanos if he believes Guthrie...
They've got here, Nancy Guthrie may have been kidnapped. We just heard on the last interview with Chris Nanos, Sheriff Nanos, that there is no ransom or kidnapping in this matter. So I know that what they're describing is describing a kidnapping, and that's what the word that's being utilized here, but that's not what's being described to me. What's being described to me from everything I'm gathering is that somebody broke into this house. It sounds like killed Nancy and removed the body from the scene. That's what I'm hearing. Okay, now it's not being said like that. That's pretty direct language. It's word salad, but what I'm hearing is just that. And they're putting this promising or hopeful or optimistic spin on it that let's hope she's found safe, but everything that they are doing, all of their actions, law enforcement actions, are stating that this woman is deceased. They're no longer looking for her. They are now using the investigative side of things. They're now collecting evidence. They're now got homicide investigation. They now have DNA. They now have a processed crime scene. Okay? They have a processed crime scene. So these are not things that we want to hear when somebody is missing, because when we start hearing these things when somebody's missing, we're learning very quickly that that person is no longer with us. So take that for what you will. I just wanted to explain what I was hearing here.
Guthrie was targeted. Nanos says he's worked with the family closely, including Savannah and her security team. Nanos says they've discussed any possible threats and stalking issues.
And they do not believe it's a stalking issue. She has done everything, and they said this is not an angle. This is not an angle. That means this is close to home.
That we see is leading us that way, but we'll never dismiss anything. We will continue to look at everything, and we'll just keep moving forward with it.
Yeah, Sean, Nanos says the biggest concern as of now is time. We're talking about the medication that Nancy Guthrie needs to take each day. It's to help her stay alive. Reporting live in the foothills, Jacob Owens, News 4 Tucson.
So again, another great reporting. This is kind of the one, this is kind of old. This is going to be the new one. This right here is the one that has all the bombshell information in it that, in my opinion, let me get over here. I want to get to the sheriff. I don't need to see all the fluff. We already know the details. We've been on this case now consistently. We've started this show right a little bit before 8:30. I think it was around 8:15. So we've already been here coming up on 3 hours covering this case. I'm pretty sure most of us know the details of this case. If you do not, please go back to the beginning of the show to get those details. And we're going to be starting this interview. I think I'm going to go ahead and speed us along and go ahead and start this interview where the sheriff is going to be coming on, because again, this is the interview that really let me know the direction that we're going with this show on this case. It is my position on this case. They truly believe she's deceased. Okay, everything that I've seen, everything I've heard, I went through multiple interviews with the sheriff from multiple different news organizations, and I'm feeling the undertone, okay? So that's where we're at right now. So let's keep going.
What I asked Sheriff Chris Nanos about. I want to get into that interview. We just recorded this a couple minutes ago. This is the very latest on the investigation and the search for Nancy Guthrie. I want to ask you a little bit about the evidence in the house. I know there's some you can't say, but are we looking at blood evidence, written evidence? What kind of evidence was it that led you to believe she was abducted?
Yeah, it's so hard. I get it. Everybody wants this information, but we really do have to protect the integrity of this case. If it does turn into something criminal, and there's just certain things at that scene that the intruder knows, and only he knows. And so we can't let that out. And so that's why I'm kind of holding back. I would just tell you, I've been doing this for 50 years now. And, sometimes you just get this gut instinct when people tell you things that you go, that's not good.
Where did you see
I've been
that?
wrong before.
Hold on.
I hope I'm wrong here.
Lisa B. Always, can you send that to me real quick? And for everybody else, let's just take just 2 minutes. I gotta use the little girls' room. I don't want to miss any of this conversation because this is the interview that I need to break down for you guys. So let's just take 2 minutes to use the restroom. We'll be back here. I don't know, maybe a minute. I don't foresee it taking me 2 minutes to use the restroom, but I just need just a little bit of a break, and I can't leave this running without me here because there's several things that we need to stop, and I don't want to miss my talking points. So let's just give this a few moments, and then we'll come right back.
Step 1, wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3,
I live my life
grow hard out.
where they told you what to chase, told you how to run the race. Every move was on the page, but I didn't like their way. Had to fight and misbehave, had to find a way to change, had to leave to find my way. Caught up in a daydream, I beat my mind up there almost daily. It's how I pass time, no opinions safely. It's how I understand what I want in this place, see. Cause everybody wanna tell you bad things, what could go wrong, what fame brings. But success is a finicky thing, and if you ain't sure, no, it'll never be. And I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. And I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. Run away, I don't have to plan it. I can go change my fate, you won't understand.
All right,
alone,
my
that's okay.
beautiful
All I can
people.
stand, they don't want me to change, keep me where I'm standing. And I don't want to be where I am.
I'm sorry, but we're going to end it there. We're going to end it there. There we go. All right, guys, I'm back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure all of our back teeth were floating. We've been on here for 3 hours. So it's nice to be back. I did wash my beautiful little hands just to make sure you guys know I'm not touching everything with dirty fingers. I'm not. I cleaned them. I cleaned them. Hey, Brad, it's nice to see you. All right, folks, let's keep going. Let's keep going. So here we go.
But there's some things there that are concerning to us, and that's why we've got our homicide team out there as well.
You mentioned, this is something the intruder only he would know. Do you believe it's a man and only one person? Is it possible multiple people were involved?
Homicide team out there as well.
Did I miss
You mentioned, this is something the intruder only he would know. Do you believe it's a man and only one person? Is it possible multiple people were involved? Blood evidence, written evidence.
He wants this information, but we really do have to protect the integrity of this case that the intruder knows, and only he knows.
That's it. You guys hear that? That's the what I wanted to show you.
To something criminal, and there's just certain things at that scene that the intruder knows, and only he knows.
And only he knows. This is where I was talking about that we have a little bit of leakage coming from the sheriff himself, right? I don't know if he meant to allege that it was a male at this juncture. I think we all implied, because we were implying it was a male yesterday. And then somebody brought up, well, maybe 2 people, and that does make sense, but this really felt like a male type of sent last night, drop dead serious. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. So what does this mean? Is it truly a man? And I find it's interesting because we're talking about, possibly an intimate partner, possibly a family member, possibly somebody that has control over her or helps her, something like that. That's what came up in our AI as possible scenarios and suspects that could be responsible for this. And so now we're hearing it's a male. Was she seeing anybody? I don't want to dismiss that. I know that's the lowest man on our totem pole did some elderly guy do this to her? But elderly people, don't put it past it. We've had elder cases before. Okay? I met a guy by the name of Milo. Milo, what the heck was his name? Out in Utah. That guy's a scary guy. Okay? He's a scary guy. I thought he was the one that was good for Crystal Turner and Kylan Schulte. And then come to find out when we got there, we had a whole murder board and everything. We just knew it had to be one of these 5 people. We went out there. We were able to clear all the people on our murder board. We ended up adding about 10 more people on our murder board. And then we ultimately thought that it was really strong for this guy that worked with Crystal Turner. And come to find out it was the guy that worked with Crystal Turner. So he wasn't elderly though, but let's face it, elderly people can be violent. We've seen a lot of elder crime. A lot of elder crime.
And so we can't let that out. And so that's why I'm kind of holding back. I would just tell you, I've been doing this for 50 years now. And
okay, thank you.
Sometimes you just get this gut instinct when people tell you things that you go, that's not good. I've been wrong before. I hope I'm wrong here. But there's some things there that are concerning to us. And that's why we've got our homicide team out there as well.
You mentioned, this is something the intruder, only he would know. Do you believe it's a man and only one person? Is it possible multiple people were involved?
He caught himself. You can see that smile on him, but he didn't want to lie to the public. This is where I say that this is why I say, not because he made that assertion earlier. It's because she addressed him on it, and it's his action and the way he answers this question. He never walks it back. You're going to hear him. He never, ever walks it back.
Homicide team out there as well.
You mentioned, this is something the intruder, only he would know.
Face.
Do you believe it's a man and only one person? Is it possible multiple people were involved?
Always possible. Always possible.
So now he tries to clean it up.
As to the gender, we'll hopefully we'll get that.
He didn't know how to do it. He's kind of fumbling here. He knows he can't walk it back. He doesn't want to say it's not a man. So you start seeing him fumble right here. So this is the whole area where I know for a fact that this is a man, because he fumbled. He had some leakage. He got caught on his leakage, and he tried to compensate for it, but he didn't want to lie. He didn't walk the language back. Okay, he could have said, "Listen, we don't know who it is. I just misspoke." He didn't do any of that. He kind of like, like falling all over himself, like, "Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that." And that's kind of what.
Always possible. Always possible. And as to the gender, we'll hopefully we'll get that download from those cameras that we removed from that residence. Hopefully we'll get something from there. And
see, he had leakage, and they capitalized on it, and he didn't know how to handle it. He's trying to grasp for, he should have just moved on. He should have said, "Well, I can't tell you that, but what I can tell you," and then just, but again, he's already told us up front he's not good at speaking, and he's got to be scripted and stuff like that because of this. He's doing really well. It's just there are some things that are coming out that maybe he probably wouldn't want. I believe it's a male at this point because of that.
I'm praying that will break this case open for us, but we'll see.
That's what I was going to ask you. I know that you were trying to retrieve that video footage from the cloud. Have you been successful in that? Has anybody from your department reviewed it yet?
I don't know where they're at with all of it. I know that they are working with the camera makers. I don't know that there's a cloud. I think it's a server that's the struggle. And so
they have a server. They're trying to get it off the server. They're working with the people. Okay.
Those things are in the works.
What about her cell phone? I know you have it in your possession. Have you been able to review it? Is there anything on the phone that has been an investigative lead or a detail that's pertinent to where the case stands now?
So we have the phone. We are in the process of that download as well. Probably complete is my guess by now, but and others will take a look through it and see what's there. But yeah, Certainly, there's more work to do in the, I'll call it the electronics arena, the data gathering of that forensic evidence. But some DNA, we're hoping maybe we can get a profile of some sort.
That would be good. They believe they have DNA. There's cameras at the house. You know what? I think I forgot. Is it this one? Shoot, I think it was the last one we had that was up here. He was out in front of that house. Let me go back to that house. Let me go back to that history. Hold on a second. I think it was this one. Yeah, this is the one.
Breaking news now.
Yeah, we don't need that. We just need the house.
Troy, good afternoon to you both. It's been a little over.
Okay, that's not what we need. We want some. There we go. So that's not.
Nancy is still well.
I don't want to listen to him. There's some better shots. Hold on. No, it's not it. I think it's right here. No, there's one that has closer camera. Nope. I saw one that gave a side, that showed the side of their house. Maybe this is it. Hold on.
Neighborhood. According to the sheriff's office, so far they have not had a lot of luck in getting video. We were talking about yesterday morning. Hopefully a neighbor would have a
Okay. I saw the outside of their house, and I need to find it because I want to show you guys the cameras. I think it's this one.
Especially when you're dealing with elderly care. So the fact that they were in there and that they tried to locate her will be taken into account by investigators, and they can use samples to rule out contamination and try to mitigate and limit the effect of any potential contamination that was unintentionally done by family members who were looking for her.
Dr. Pedler.
Okay, let's just keep going. There's a photo of the house. Hold on. Exterior photos. What is her address? I think this is the house right here. And I'm not sure where the photos are. Let me just pull these up real quick. Where is the photos? Do they not have the photos? I guess not. Anyways, there was a photo that they had, and I can't find it. Let me just keep looking and it showed a camera. It showed the very specific camera that they have. Wow, look at the changes in it. Here's what it used to look like, and here's what it looks like now. But I'll find it. Once I find it, I'll show you guys. But I know that it's either, maybe it was in this one. Was it in this one?
Sheriff Chris Nanos told News 4 Tucson this evening that DNA from the scene is being analyzed.
We had that.
Okay, no, I don't see it there. Damn it. That sucks. I saw it this morning, but it's what I can describe is it looks like a professional, like the circles, the ones with the cones, the ones that you see at the convenience stores, right? They have the pipe that down the side, and then they have like a circle encasing with a round circle glass cap to it. Somebody must be dropping something off at the house. But I don't have time to go. Excuse me. We always have deliveries here. I don't know if it is a delivery or not. We're getting close to being done, folks. So let's just go ahead and get through this last little bit.
Investigation, as well as her colleague Savannah and her family, and we're all hoping for a happy ending here. We know Nancy has limited mobility. Is it physically possible for her to have left the home on her own, or are you operating entirely on the premise that she was moved by someone else? Or
if she left her home on her own, folks, she would have used her car. She has a car. She has keys to a car.
Abducted.
Yeah, you know, from what the families told us and everything we've learned, she could not walk out of that home 50 yards. No, we believe she was taken out of the home against her will, and that's how this investigation is moving.
Are you proceeding forward saying now this is clearly an abduction case?
You know, we don't want to rule out anything. We came into this, we get hundreds of these calls every day. Our search and rescue teams are out there every day. The beautiful mountains draw all the hikers you can imagine. We have a great retirement community here. Sometimes people walk away. That is not the case here. We believe strongly that just based on what we see at the home, something happened here. We're pursuing it from both sides. We're never going to give up on the search and rescue aspect, but we can't ignore what's in front of us when it comes to the evidence we see. And so we also are taking a criminal investigative approach to this as well.
What would you say to someone who, if they're holding Nancy Guthrie right now, what's your message to them?
All right, guys, give me just a second. I got to get this one up. Give it a second. Okay. 1609. Okay. So this is where I truly believe we know that she's gone. Okay. This is the one that I wanted to show you guys, and I wanted to show you guys last because it's the behavior of this sheriff that once again leads me to believe or believe some type of way. Okay. And it's about to come up right here.
It's not just my message, it's the community's message, it is the family's message. Just call us, let her go, just call us. The family would tell you, there's no questions asked here. Look, if she's alive right now.
You see, he keeps saying, if she's alive, if she's alive, if she's alive. This is, you know, again, it sounds to me like what they've been trying to describe to us, or what they have described to us, is she was attacked in her home in the middle of the night. She was harmed inside of her home and removed from the house. It sounds like somebody broke in or came into her home, killed her, and removed her body.
Her meds are vital. I can't stress that enough. You know, it's been better than 24 hours, and the family tells us if she doesn't have those meds, it can become fatal. And you know, this is just a really it's sad for our community. I know it's sad for your team, but it's sad for our community too. Savannah is family to us. She's a big part of this community. Her family is devastated, the entire family. And you know, this just doesn't happen in Tucson. You don't see someone at 84 years of age go home, go to bed, and in the middle of the night just disappear from her own home, from her own bed. That's not That's not who we are.
I've been in Tucson.
And we just want her back.
Yeah, I've been in Tucson many times for work and for vacation. I know it's a city, and then you're surrounded by mountains and desert. Talk to me about the search operation, just to make sure you guys were clear that she had not left and she was not lost.
Yeah, well, you know, the call comes in to me. I get them, like I say, quite often. And usually we don't send our homicide team out on these unless there's a body found. And knock on wood, what this one was, when I got the advisory that this 84-year-old lady was missing from her residence, there was something else there that didn't click. And I don't want to get into all those details, but I clearly knew something's not right here, and we immediately started this in two separate avenues. One, the search and rescue mission. Our search and rescue teams, our helicopters, our airplanes, our drone, everything we threw at this, all our air assets, those men and women on the ground, our volunteers, hundreds of people out looking for her. Then we also took the other approach, and that's we contact our criminal investigation team, homicide specifically, and get them to look at the evidence that's in front of us that's concerning to us. And so we've taken it in both ways. We're still not giving up hope. We still hope we can find her alive and safe. But it would be.
Okay, I think this is kind of where he's getting emotional. I'm not sure. This is the one that he gets super, super emotional in, and it tells me without a doubt that she's gone. And you just how he answers it, it's just all over his face, in my opinion.
Very bad for us to just ignore what we see in front of us and not proceed in a criminal investigation as well.
This is clearly a high-profile case because of Savannah and her family. How many tips have come in since this has gone public?
This is a high-profile case because it's a community member who's come up missing in the middle of the night. Savannah is dear to us as well, but your team, the media, my local media as well, has done a tremendous job in alerting our community. We're getting tips by the hundreds. That's why we came to you. We know this community. We know that every time we come and ask Tucson for help, our citizens stand up. They support us. It will look suspicious, but we didn't want to call you. Call us. Let us be the ones to decide what that piece of evidence or what that situation is, whether it needs to be dismissed or further work.
We know the family dropped off Nancy about 9:45 Saturday evening, and the alarm was raised when she missed church the next morning. Have detectives been able to narrow down that window?
We're working on that as we speak. Today's events for the detectives have been to go back out, look through the neighborhood for any kind of ring cameras, talk to people, see what we can find out. The home itself had some cameras. We're hoping to pull that down and get some imagery there that might further help us with this. But right now, it's just a lot of legwork and a lot of download of information, digital information, that we hope will lead us to what is a real community effort, and we continue in that fashion.
Is this an unusual case for your community?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. You know, we get people who walk away from their homes. We get missing people in the mountains hiking and in the desert trails. But I can't think of the last time where in the middle of the night in someone's bed, an 84-year-old woman disappeared on us. That's a challenge for us, and it's something we just want her back.
Yeah, we all do. We all do,
See?
Sheriff. I know you've been in contact with Savannah.
She's
who we
very
know is in
emotional
Tucson.
here.
What is your message to her and the Guthrie family and all the viewers who care so much about Savannah?
We're not going to give up. We'll get this. I'm blessed. I have a team.
See, he got way, way, way emotional. That emotion's telling me something, folks. That emotion is very, very, very much telling me some type of information here. Okay?
That is, look, they'll solve this. I know they will.
Sheriff, we thank you for your time. I know you're busy, and I'm going to be praying that you find Nancy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
See, that's an emotional sheriff. Again, we have an emotional sheriff. It sounds like they're saying something, right? And then, of course, we've got this here, and this is going to be the last. This is from Lisa B. Always, and this was about her comment. Hold on, let me see if I still have it up. I do not have it up. Where's Lisa's comment? Oh, Brenda, I missed it. Thank you. Thank you. I almost missed you. LOL. You have no idea. Lisa said, there it is. That's a sheriff, drop dead serious. Okay, let me see your next one. Nanos said, I would not say only the front door was used. Evidence inside the home and around the outside. Interesting. Let's listen to this. And this is at 16:09. We're at, it's going to be about 20 seconds.
Don't forget I'm ASHLEIGH, Ashley 50. And then also tell me in the comments which one you like the best. And good luck. Back to the case. Here's my conversation now with Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos. This has been really confounding and pretty grueling.
You know, it's never easy. These are tough cases, but I just have such confidence in my team that they time and time again have proven themselves, and I just know we're going to get this resolved.
Is there an area in Nancy Guthrie's house of particular interest where it was more clear that it was a crime than some other circumstance?
You know, I wouldn't, again, I can't talk to specifics about what we have in that home. But there is definitely, in our eyes, on our belief, evidence that shows and suggests that she was removed from that home and against her will. And we continue to look at some data that we think is available. It's just taking some time to get downloads in that, whether it's digital imagery from a camera to tracking a cell phone. There's just a lot going on in technological sense of gathering that kind of evidence. So that's all taking place. I think I mentioned we're working with a lot of partners, not just in the law enforcement community, but in the private sector. Some of the big corporations, Apple, Google, whatever, they're all jumping in.
Sorry, I had to turn this off. She wouldn't shut up, so I had to bring her in here. So 16:09, we are at 17:29. Hold on, I must have missed it with all that screaming. Okay, let's go back here.
Now with Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos. This has been really confounding and pretty grueling.
You know, it's never easy.
Right,
these are tough cases, but
let me find what he said. Let's just find. I don't have time to listen to all of that. So let me just go down here. Control find evidence. Control find evidence. Okay. Uh, 1642. Okay. So it is right here. Okay, so let's just listen to it. It looks like it's coming up in about 40 seconds. Okay.
You know, it's never easy. These are tough cases, but I just have such confidence in my team that they've time and time again have proven themselves, and I just know we're going to get this resolved.
Is there an area in Nancy Guthrie's house of particular interest where it was more clear that it was a crime than some other circumstance?
You know, I wouldn't. Again, I can't talk to specifics about what we have in that home, but there is definitely, in our eyes, on our belief, evidence that shows and suggests that she was removed from that home and against her will.
Removed. It's the word that they're using.
We continue to look at
removed. She's removed from the home. That's important to me. It's not kidnapping, it's not abducted, it's removed. And this supports the fact that she is a victim of homicide and concealment. And again, making it very personal, because you're not going to conceal a crime unless you're personally connected to that person.
Get some data that we think is available. It's just taking some time to get downloads and that, whether it's digital imagery from a camera to tracking a cell phone. There's just a lot going on in technological sense of gathering that kind of evidence. So that's all taking place. I think I mentioned we're working with a lot of partners, not just in the law enforcement community, but in the private sector. Some of the big corporations, Apple, Google, whatever, they're all jumping in. So it's never fast enough, right? So that's our challenge.
There was a report that the front door was wide open.
Here we go.
Is there any veracity to that report?
1733.
I don't know that that's accurate, because it could be. I know that when we got there, the family was already there, and they had already spent some time looking, as you would expect.
Spend some time looking. No, we don't expect spending some time looking. I mean, when a woman is there and her car is there, her keys are there, her phone's there, and there's signs of struggle and blood scattered around the house, and you don't find them, it typically doesn't take an hour to call somebody, especially when that person didn't arrive to an appointment. It seems to be that it's something majorly happened. You should have been calling 911 instinctually, but it took an hour after the family arrived at that house. I don't like that. That's extended amounts of time to make a 911 call, guys. I'm sorry. I've got to speak the obvious, and I've got to speak truthfully. And these are things that we would talk about in any case. And the length of time to call 911 when you find out somebody's missing is one of those red flag issues for us.
Probably we got an hour delay there from them. Not anything intentional, just that, they went and looked and made some calls, and then they decided we better call 911.
So he's downplaying this, but an hour? How many of you guys think an hour is too much time? I'll wait. Betty, Nancy has a pacemaker. Hold on, has a pacemaker and was last synced to her Apple product at 2 a.m. Oh my God, they know she's dead. They know when she was injured. They know when she was attacked. We have a time of death, folks. We have a time of death. 2 a.m. on February 21st or February 1st. That's fucking, excuse my language, that sucks. Well, at least we definitively say, do you know where they heard that, the Real Me Too? That does make sense and why they know, because they know she's dead. And now that makes sense to why they know. And now we know what type of medication she was on. She was on medication for her heart. She was on medication for her heart, which we had thought that that's what it was. So we have a time of death. An hour's way too long. That's my opinion. I think that's way too long. I'm sorry. It's just way too long for me. An hour? That's way too long. So we now have a time of death. Press her at 1:30 with sheriff. I guess we'll stay online for a while. We'll just have to break for a little bit and take like a little break. I'm going to have to grab a bite to eat. So I don't want to, if we've got a presser at 1:30 and it's on the same topic, then I don't want to put the channel down too long. So we'll stay on here for a couple hours. Oh, wait a minute. Is it 1:30 our time or their time? Because right now they're like 3 or 4 hours behind us. Because they don't do daylight savings time, so they might be 3 or 4. I learned that from Sweet Misery. Sweet Misery is from this area, well, from that state, I should say, not from this area specifically. Did her daughter just told somebody on her ex that she held back for years? Did her daughter just told something? Yeah, she did. She did. She has. She talked about the ex quite a bit. So it makes me wonder, did the sheriff find something? If they're having a presser at 1:30 versus just a news thing. Check mod chat. Okay. I ain't hanging around for an hour. I ain't hanging around. No, it just it doesn't make sense. Our time. Okay, thank you. All right, so here we got. Okay, we're getting some information in. Blood was reportedly found there. Let's see what Mike Ruiz says. We'll go through with all these. As for blood, according to a source, there's a light trail that was seen outside. It was described as drips, more like a bloody nose than a substantial bleed. The trail ended where the walkway from her door meets the driveway. So it sounds like she did put up a fight, or maybe she was knocked unconscious. Small trail, I don't know what that means. One more thing I'm told is that the cancellation of the search and rescue does not mean authorities think she's deceased. Well, I kind of disagree with that. We just want her back, Arizona Sheriff says. DNA breakthrough. Okay, we have a police. What does this say? Oh, this is something different. Check Michael's page. Check out, he has a lot of information. So what are we, so Mike is, Mike I met at Gabby Petito. He was with Fox News. The pacemaker was last synced to her Apple device around 2 a.m. She was driving me absolutely nuts. I had to find out what she was barking at. She won't shut up. It's because it's howling outside. And the wind is scaring her, and she's barking at the wind. So,
was the homicide team able to ascertain any unique footprints outside Nancy's home or even inside?
I cannot give you.
So that's interesting. Footprints, we don't know. But it is Michael Ruiz that says the pacemaker last synced to her Apple device at 2 a.m. according to the source. Her Apple Watch is still on the charger. Phone left at home. So that's why they believe she is deceased. Here's the press conference on X. It says, Sheriff Nanos will hold a media briefing today, which is 1:30 Eastern Standard Time, at the Tucson, the PCSD headquarters. So this is related to Nancy Guthrie. Let's see if we have any activity of body found out in that area, because usually that's what we have. Body found. This is in Tucson. Homicide investigation underway. Man was found in a desert encampment near there. Okay, that's a homicide investigation, but oh, thank you, nerdy girl. I appreciate that. God bless you. Let's see what we got here. So they have two homicide investigations going on in Tucson. One is of a man found dead, and then obviously they've got homicide investigators on this one. But I'm not seeing any body. I see a man dead in an encampment, but I'm not seeing any body found. Let me see what X might have. It may not have hit mainstream media yet. Oh, thank you, nerdy girl. Because I'm a love machine. Ow! Good gracious, I can't talk. Ow! There we go. Amber received it. Thank you, nerdy girl. Gifted a Bullhorn Betty membership. Amber W. received it. Welcome to this crazy family we call the Coffee Club, i.e. the insane asylum. Grab your straitjacket in your padded room and welcome aboard. And don't forget, guys, when we turn off the cameras here, the cameras go on somewhere else. This is an active fluid case going on right now in our on our channel. So we will be over at the Tiki Talk here in just a little bit, going over a briefer, more condensed version of what we discussed today. If you guys would like to go over there and check that out. I'm at Bullhorn Betty on Tiki Talk as well. Thank you, Sonia, because I'm a love machine. Ow! Gifted 5 Bullhorn Betty memberships. Those 5 Bullhorn Betty memberships went to Tully's, Just One Heather, Michelle, Georgia, Little Miss Sharon, it's nice to see you. And hot damn, welcome to this crazy family we call the Coffee Club, i.e. the insane asylum. Welcome. Grab your straitjacket in your padded room and welcome aboard. It is great to have you, great to see you. And we are going to continue to rock it out with our coffee beans out. So let's see. Body, Tucson, AZ. Let's see what we got. Do we have a body? Do we have extended activity going on? Because I'm a love machine. Deanna gifted a Bullhorn Betty membership. The amazing Tiff received it. Welcome to this crazy family we call the Coffee Club, i.e. the insane asylum. Grab your straitjacket in your padded room and welcome aboard. Body found. Oh, let them 66 gifted a Bullhorn Betty membership because I'm a love machine. Salty Temptation, welcome to this crazy family we call the Coffee Club, i.e. the insane asylum. Grab your straitjacket in your padded room and welcome aboard. Body found AZ. Let's see what we got. As of February, AZ confirms Guthrie's home is a crime scene. Detectives involved. Oh, so this is just to ask. This is something that they were applying to. Have they been able to found out my body temperature? Da 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 da. Found AZ lifeless body slumped over. That's not. So let's read what this says. As of February 2nd, reports from NBC, Fox, and AZ Central confirms Nancy Guthrie's home is a crime scene with homicide detectives involved, but they do not mention details on forced entry, signs of struggle, or body found. No suspect's name and foul play isn't ruled out. Her limited mobility suggests she didn't leave voluntarily. Okay, so there's got to be a reason why they're doing the media press conference. They just don't do it because of no reason. So they've got to be, if they're doing a media conference, it's got to be because there's something probative that they want to include into our conversations. What that is, I have no earthly idea.
That I would tell you that it is our belief she did not leave that residence on foot.
Did not leave the residence, the actual home itself on foot, did not walk over the threshold.
That is correct. We do not believe she left that home by herself on foot. That did not occur. And she has a vehicle. We have that vehicle. She is very capable of driving. Her physical limitation is really just her ability to move, to walk and those things. But she's certainly got...
As people age, their bodies don't work. They get vertigo. They have stability issues. They have knee problems, hip problems, back problems. They can't lift their legs up. You know, she's of a heavier weight for her body and joints. Okay, not that she's a heavy woman. But she is of, a larger body weight, and that extra pressure on those knees that are already probably, weak causes problems. You have mobility issues. I mean, hell, I think everybody has a little mobility issue from time to time. Hey, Believe, did they just say she died? Well, she has a pacemaker that's hooked to her watch. The pacemaker stopped working or stopped sending information to her watch at 2 a.m. So it is, I mean, that's, for me, that's good enough. Okay, we do this a lot. Maybe for the average person, they don't know what that means. For a person like me, that's time of death. Okay, so this is why they believe she's dead. I'm absolutely confident of it now. Maybe it's not because there's a huge pool of blood in her home, but she's got a pacemaker that's no longer sending signal. Okay, that's not a good sign. I wish they had tracking and GPS on these pacemakers. That would be nice. It's not big. It's not big at all. To be honest with you, I don't consider myself big, but I'm not, this is about my size, except I'm a little bit shorter. So at the end of the day, I'm speaking of, my own, it's not that big, but that extra, it's not $120. It's not 100 pounds. 150 pounds is a lot to put on bad knees and bad hips and a bad back. And then you've got she's 84 years old, so she has osteoporosis, stuff. Obviously, she's got a pacemaker, so she's got heart stuff. And that heart medication makes you kind of loopy. I don't know if you've ever been around somebody on heart medication, but they kind of dingy. And you think that they're dingy normally. They're not. It's the medication. It makes them dingy. Like they have to, like I know, because I know people that were on new people before they were on heart medication, and sharp as a tack, get on heart medication like, I'm like, oh, good gracious. I'm specifically talking about my ex-mother-in-law. She was a little dingy when she was on
like I say, very sharp as a tack. Mind is function. She's got her wits about her, and she can drive.
Because they knew she was dead.
No,
I'd have to
Purse, cell phone, keys, wallet, and what else was left in the home that would very much indicate you don't leave without.
I don't know.
I have to be honest with you. This does sound like a DV case, does it not? I mean, it sounds like 90% of our DV cases where the husband or significant other is calling somebody in for missing and they left everything. They just got up in the middle of the night and walked away from their home and never returned again. Like this does. I mean, I understand why AI is saying an intimate partner. Now, we don't know about her life and if she had an intimate partner or if her intimate partner was capable of carrying something like this out. I mean, with their elevated age, it just seems almost illogical, just doesn't seem probable, but we can't dismiss anything because, I mean, the elements are here.
Know of all those items. I do know we've got her cell phone. The rest of those items, I really haven't heard that.
Interesting. I heard you say earlier cell phone, that you were in possession of her cell phone. There was a local report from Tucson saying the purse, cell phone, and keys and vehicle were all at the home.
That could be accurate, but I can't speak to that. I'd have to ask my team.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any missing bedding from the home?
Again, I can't speak to that.
Okay. Was there any blood found in the home?
There's DNA evidence we believe that we have found.
Yes, the answer is yes. They even talked about a potential nosebleed.
That we are going to submit.
There's no guarantee that nosebleed, they had to have gotten some DNA from the suspect. Is it because there was droplets of blood? Because we know that, how to identify blood from a victim versus blood from the suspect. I'm surprised that Nancy didn't have one of those. That's what I asked yesterday. It's even on my list. My list specifically stated the life alert. Where's my questions? Hold on, let me come up here. Maybe it's down on the. Oh, here it is. And it says, are there cameras? Yes, cameras are at the property. I saw very good, high quality security cameras in and around that house. Business quality cameras, professional, like not regular home cameras. These were business quality cameras that I saw around her house. So that's going to be good. And Ellie did not specify location. Like I was thinking when they first said that this was just like a Ring doorbell or maybe one of those floodlight. No, they have that house has security system drilled into the side of the house. Okay, I saw the circle ones with the domes, and the electrical lines on the outside. They brought them down, and they put those cameras on the face of the house, around the house. So there's multiple cameras on this house. High quality camera system on this property that I observed. I was trying to show you guys the receipt for that, but I forgot which one I watched. So when I come across it again, I will take a snapshot of it so I can put it up and show you guys what we're looking at for as far as that house. But they got good quality cameras around that house, and we're not talking about just Ring doorbells. We're talking about a professional grade security system there. Okay, multiple camera, probably an 8 to 12 channel camera. Anybody that understands that knows that that's a pretty solid unit. Okay, so the question was life alert or something comparable, because she lived alone. She had mobility issues. You know, we always remember those commercials, at least if you're my age or older. I've fallen and I can't get up, right? And so we don't know. We don't have the answer to that. I know somebody's asking it. We don't know. But I do have it on my list. So I am actively looking for that information. But I have not found it yet. Standalone residence, yes. Her residence is a large single family, I want to say mini estate. She's on a large lot of land. Her house is huge. She has a garage attached to the house, plus it looks like either a pool house or a storage unit up further from the driveway before you get into this green area and then the pool area. She's got a beautiful home, and her neighbors are close but not on top of each other. So they have some spread out room here, and this is an upper crust area.
It has been submitted for rapid DNA testing. Once that breaks down to us, I think we had to get it up to Phoenix. Everybody's rapid DNA testing machine here locally, for whatever reason, was out of service. But that is being looked at. Once we get that, we will submit what we can to CODIS and whatever else, whatever other DNA companies we need. Those things will be rush orders. We use here from the Sheriff's Department, DL Labs, and they do us pretty good on rush orders that can get us usually 5 to 10 days.
So they're saying rush orders for 5 to 10 days for rapid DNA. And that has to be for other stuff, because rapid DNA is very quickly. Rapid DNA is very, very, very quickly. But yeah, I agree with you. The necklace thing is a problem for me, because we truly do believe that she should have had something like that living alone. But it doesn't sound like she's really alone. It sounds like she sleeps alone, in an empty house. But it sounds like her house is a happening place during the day. The house being as big as it is, they have to have some house workers there. She has to have some people that are employed. There's no way this lady is keeping up with that house and that property all by herself, and it's well maintained. I've looked at it. Even though it's a desert area, it's hard because here in Florida we expect green grasses, green yards. I don't have one. My yard's brown, but at the end of the day, we are a pristine ground. But they're in desert areas, so they got cactuses and stuff like that. But her house is on a beautiful piece of property. Her house is well maintained. You can see it by the brick structure, by the bright white roof, by the well maintained pool, by the greenery out back. It's not a dilapidated home. It's not a home that's not being well taken care of. Steve Lookner, air freshener. If it was someone she knew, they likely knew she had cameras. Why would they risk spreading her DNA by taking her out of the house? That's a great question. Maybe they thought, that one of the AI statements was that they're so close that nobody would have suspected it's them. And a lot of people make decisions based on what they know or what they think they know, not what the reality is. So they may have known she had cameras, but stayed out of certain cameras, but didn't realize other cameras were in certain places. There's that possibility. I'm not I'm not, that's what I was thinking too, with Nick, Squeaky Wheel is, is it possible they had a situation like a Nick? I really don't know. I know I've looked in the family. The family seems to be normal as any family could be, I'm not seeing any craziness. I'm not seeing, children gone wild here. I'm not seeing grandchildren gone wild here. This really does baffle you. Everything I'm seeing with the family, even though the family's fairly famous, looks fairly normal. If Savannah Guthrie was not famous, this would look like a normal Arizona family that a loved one is missing. So the forced entry did happen. Let's see what we've got here. Let's go to X real quick. Let's see what Mike has to say. He's changed his haircut quite a bit. It's been a while since I've seen him. Okay, so new statement from Sheriff's Department. Detectives collected DNA samples from the home that have been confirmed to belong to Nancy. Declined to specify what kind of samples. Interesting. So we have some blood samples. The blood around the house must be hers. Sheriff Nanos, new interview, MS Now. Guthrie physically removed from the home against her will. We don't know if the person took her is familiar or a total stranger. So now they're starting to come out with a stranger danger, which I find it holding less probability, but still, her coming in 2 a.m. Why did the security system pick up? I don't know. New information, blood found at the scene in Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker from law enforcement source. Let's read what he says here. Pacemaker last synced with the Apple device around 2 a.m. Sunday, according to the source. Her Apple Watch was still on the charger. Phone left at home. This sheds light. Sheds more light on the timeline. She returned home shortly before 10 Saturday, and within 4 hours, so 10 to 2, within 4 hours she was deceased. And family reported her missing around noon the next day after she missed church. As for the blood, according to the source, it was a light trail seen outside. It was described as a drip, more like a bloody nose than a substantial bleed. If she's dead, this means strangulation. Because that's the only thing that would not produce a light amount of blood, but would produce a bloody nose. The trail ended where the walkway from her door meets the driveway. That means somebody was in her driveway with a vehicle. That's what it's saying to me so far. One more thing, I'm told that the cancellation of the search does not mean authorities believe or think she's deceased. I think she's deceased. I think they've given us enough information to imply she's deceased. And this information about the pacemaker no longer syncing tells us that she was removed from the house at 2 a.m. This is insane. This is insane. Rise and grind. Nancy Guthrie remains unaccountable for. New overnight. Investigators have recovered DNA evidence sent for testing. The sheriff has received hundreds of leads, but nothing solid yet. Local ordinance against light pollution make it very dark at night. So, they're stupid local ordinances, and now we've got little lack of light in the area. That's bullshit. Safety trumps comfort. Okay, I'm sorry, it just does. I'm told crimes targeting elder are a problem in Tucson, but Guthrie's neighborhood is known to be safe. So maybe this is a targeted situation. It seems like they're starting to add a little bit more to the layers. Is that because they truly don't know who this is, or maybe they thought they had an idea who it was and that person has been cleared and now they're back to the drawing board and this looks more like a stranger danger situation than anything else? Some observed from the neighborhood, not super rural, but the homes are set back from the road, hills and bushes and obscured views. Looks like the driveway extends closer to the back door. So maybe they were using the back door to get around the cameras. I got there, so I couldn't clearly see where the cameras might be. Clearly a nice development. So it looks like maybe some of the stuff came around back. This update missing person flyer includes a QR code for Pima County tip line. So that's interesting. So he's been, so Mike is in Tucson. He's been in Tucson for about 17 hours collecting information. So this is definitely somebody that we need to be monitoring. He's got boots on the ground and he's we do know him. I spent weeks much like him, and Brian Enton is how I've met both of these guys that are well known out here in the true crime world and in news world. But they are mainstream media. There are still some mainstream media folks that I have high regard and respect for. Mike Ruiz is one of those people. I've seen him work just like Brian Enton. I've seen how hard Brian Enton works. I've watched Brian Enton on cases that I've been front and center on, as well as Mike Ruiz. So anyways, just a little bit of tidbit of information about these cases nonetheless. So guys, I just want to thank you for coming out, learning a little more about Nancy Guthrie. I was going to try to stay here until 1:30. It's not going to happen. I've got to use the bathroom. I've got to rest. I've got to take a deep breath. This is a lot of case. I guess what I'll end up doing is watching the broadcast, and then we'll come back later to discuss it. I know there's going to be 1,000 different people from Sunday that are going to be running the press conference on their channel. I would love to do that, but again, we've already been on here for coming up now on 4 hours. So I think it's time to allow another content creator to roll with the show. We will be coming back later this afternoon to also talk about this case. We always treated a missing person case like a homicide until evidence shows otherwise, and that's the way it should be. And it really does irritate me, and I'm sure it irritates the entire true crime genre when officers don't do that. But at the end of the day, something happened to this woman, and somebody knows why. People just don't disappear for no reason. And again, I keep wanting to entertain stranger danger or third party unknown to her. And I think as we're processing this, they need to start putting those unknown people into this as they're investigating this case, because when they start removing too much, us here in true crime, we start realizing that they're focusing on somebody and that could really interfere with their case. So we'll play the game with them a little bit. But at the end of the day, the reason why I don't believe it's a stranger danger is what stranger danger has ever taken the body with them. It's been very few and far between. Most of the stranger dangers, if they were going to torment, torture, RSA, whatever they're going to do to that person, they do it in the house. Nobody's coming by. This is somebody that broke into their house knowing that nobody was coming for them. They had all the time in the world. They were able to drag her out of this house in the middle of the night. I mean, you're talking about very specific actions here, very brazen, bold actions. It's brave and bold and brazen and bold action for somebody to break in your house and to rob you. And to do it like during the middle of the day or whatever the case may be. But this is ripping an elderly lady at 84 years old out of her bed, most likely killing her. and then hiding and covering up the scene. Who would be willing to do that? Why would they be willing to do that? There's only a few reasons that bring us to this point, and we know it comes down to resentment, money, or matters of the heart. These are the same criteria that we brought up in guess what case? Monique and Spencer Tepe, the dentist and his wife that were murdered in their bed. And who were they murdered by in their bed? Her ex. Now, I'm not saying this 84-year-old lady has an ex. She might. He might be responsible. But this seems like this is somebody a little bit younger. You know, I don't see a whole lot of 84-year-old men going around, you know, beating up their 84-year-old girlfriend. I mean, we do have some, believe it or not. It's not uncommon. It's not as uncommon as we would like to hope, right? It's really not. It's crazy to think that we have 84-year-old people beating the shit out of each other. We do. We do. But those are very few and far between in these. But there are elder crimes. I don't want people thinking that elderly people can't commit crimes. I'm telling you they can. I have witnessed them myself. But I don't think that's the case here. I think we're dealing with somebody that wanted something from her. Somebody that, maybe this is somebody that maybe she caught somebody stealing. Maybe she caught somebody doing something that they weren't supposed to do. Maybe her family or her just recently fired somebody from that job. You know, these are the types of things that I would expect to happen to an 84-year-old woman, and why we'd be here. This is a woman that lives alone. This doesn't have a ransom tone to it, so I'm not looking really at that aspect. Could this be a stranger danger? I'm sure it could be, but the way we're breaking this case down, no. It's going to be somebody that knows her, that she shook hands with or hugged. You know, it's one of those two people. One of those two types of people. Okay, that's where I'm focusing this. Now, granted, we're keeping our eyes and ears peeled for everything. So, as always, my theory is it could change depending on what relevant and factual information comes out. Based on the facts right now, as we've heard them, it is my belief that this person is somebody that knows her. Either family or a worker of some sort. Somebody that comes in that house that has intimate knowledge of her and her home. So that's my story. That's where I'm going to stick. I want to know where you guys land on this. What do you think? This is what helps me guide this show, okay? It's not about me. It is about you. There's more of you than there are of me. My email is bullhornbetty@gmail.com. Or you can write in the comments, or you can go over to the Facebook group, right? Or you can go over to the Facebook group, and you should be able to find the Facebook group because it has the same thumbnail that we have here. This is the thumbnail for the Facebook group. So you see this thumbnail, you know you're at the right Facebook group. So you have several ways of getting a hold of me. You have several ways of communicating with me. You have several ways of sharing your perspective or your theories or your conspiracy theories or your hypothesis, whatever you want to call it. Reach out to me. Let me know where you stand. Do you have some new information you want me to see? Send that over to me. I'll review it. We got an active and ongoing case right now where an elderly woman could have lost her life. We're praying to God she didn't lose her life. We're praying to God that she was truly abducted and she's still alive. But it would be horrible for me not to express how I feel every time that law enforcement guy gets up there and tells you guys something, because he's giving you guys optimism and he's giving you guys hope, but he's also being realistic and saying, look, you know, this is what the scene is telling us. You know, I can't tell you more than this. And the stuff he's telling us is painting a very, very ugly picture as to what happened to this poor mother. And I can't imagine Savannah, because they're telling us one thing, but they're probably informing this family that she's most likely, excuse me, I keep hiccuping, that she's most likely dead. So, does it mean she is? No, it doesn't. But, I mean, she's an elderly lady. Her pacemaker is no longer synced with her system. There's blood at the scene. She's been removed from the house, which is showing concealment. This is not good, folks. This is as serious as it gets. This is as serious as it gets. So if you're in the Tucson area, if you're in this this community that her house is in, if you have information, again, I know everybody's saying if you saw anything suspicious, and while that's important, maybe it wasn't. Maybe in your mind something didn't rise to suspicious. Maybe something just rose to being out of place or not right, or maybe something made you pause for a moment, but nothing crazy, nothing too eccentric, nothing too suspect, just maybe out of place. So if you had an experience like that, please don't keep that to yourself. I know they're asking for stuff suspicious, but maybe in your mind, what you think isn't suspicious, but maybe it was just out of place. And so you're wondering, should you call it in? Should you not call it in? It's not really suspicious, just out of place. We don't want to bother law enforcement, right? Call it in. Call it in. You never know what they're looking for. You never know if that tidbit of information that you think is insignificant might be the most significant puzzle piece of this case. So if you have any thoughts, or you're in this area and something isn't right, call it in. Call it in. The best practice here is communication. You don't have to know whether it matters or not. It's not for you to decide. Just remember that. It's for law enforcement to decide. Just call it in. Call it in. All right, guys. Again, rock it out with your coffee beans out. I want to thank you all for being here to go over this show about Nancy Guthrie. We are going to be taking a deep dive into this case. Maybe we'll go out there. Maybe we won't go out there. We'll let this develop a little more and see if it's something that we're willing to spend the expense on and get out there and start searching. But we'll see. We're going to take this slow. We've got a lot in the pipeline already. We've got Alec Murdaugh coming up on the 12th. We've got Sebastian Rogers coming up on the 26th. And of course, we've got Kentucky and me trying to help advocate to find a replacement for Tom Massey in Kentucky is also on the plate. So we've got a lot in the pipeline right now for all of February into March. If we need to cancel Alec Murdaugh to go over here, we will, but I'm hoping that that's not the case because you're talking about major expenses here. So right now we're going to stay on Alec Murdaugh, but if this does go into a major breaking case, we may have to use some of those resources to get to Arizona, but we'll decide that much later. It doesn't need to be had today, and we'll talk to you guys about the about the strategy and where we go when that time comes. Okay, we're not there yet. Right now, we're going to stay on the schedule of Alec Murdaugh the 11th through the 13th, and then Sebastian Rogers the 23rd through the 26th, the 27th, and then the 28th through March 5th will be in Kentucky. So that's the schedule so far. If for some reason we have to adjust that, we'll try to. There's only one place I can adjust, and that's Alec Murdaugh. So that's the only place everything else is not a flexible, it's a hard set deadline. So everything else is flexible, just those two things, the February into March cannot change. Those are set. Those have been set for almost a year now. Well, 6 months at this point. So anyways, guys, I just want you to have a wonderful day. We'll be back later this evening. If you'd like to come over, don't forget to share. If you found anything interesting on this show, please clip it, share it around, pass it around. We love our audience. More importantly, we love the people of true crime. Please, please, please take this this mom as your own, and let's help bring her home. I'm hopeful for a positive outcome, but you know, we hear these cases so many times. It's hard for us to ignore the obvious. Okay. And that's kind of where we are right now. It seems like if we go anywhere other than this is a homicide investigation, I think we're pulling the obvious away. You know, we're pulling away from the obvious. I think everything we've been hearing from law enforcement, every activity we've been seeing, even them pulling back from the search and rescue, I think is a great indicator that they do not believe she's alive. While I don't want to be the brutal person or the person to bear bad news, we are a realistic channel here. If there's a probability of her being alive, we're going to be pushing for that. We believe there's a possibility for her to be alive, just not a probability for her to be alive. And that's where I'm sitting on this channel right now. So this is not a good thing. This is not where we want to be in a case. I can tell you that. This is not going to end well. It's going to be very painful for those that love this lady. And we already know what we're getting into before we get into it. So, all right, guys, rock it out with your coffee beans out. We will see you soon. God bless.